Good evening. It's 7 o'clock, and I will call the meeting to order. This is the Planning and Zoning Commission of the City of Albany for the Wednesday, March 26th. And the first item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. Now, please join me. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Could we have the roll call, please?
Yes, Commissioner Eisenman. Here. Commissioner Moss. Chair Donaldson.
Here.
And Commissioner Arkin is away this week. And
Mr. Piltz just walked in.
There you go.
So he's here too. Okay. Okay. The next item on the agenda is public comment. Now, this is a time where we give anyone in the community who wishes to address the commission a chance to do so, as long as the topic you want to talk about is not an item on our agenda. If you're here for items that are agendized, then you'll have a chance to speak when that item comes up. Is there anyone who would like to address the commission this evening on items that are not on the agenda? Seeing no hands, I will move on to the next item, which is new business, and we're going to start out this evening with a scoping session for the environmental review on our upcoming general plan. Staff, who is going to take charge?
Our environmental consultant, LSA and Associates, Amy Paulson, will give you the presentation on the scoping session.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Good evening. My name is Amy Paulson. I'm here tonight with Judy Malamet. We are from LSA Associates. LSA has been hired by the city to help with the preparation of the general plan EIR. So we are here tonight as part of the CEQA process, or the California Environmental Quality Act process. As a state law, CEQA mandates that lead agencies, which in this case would be the City of Albany, identify and disclose significant environmental effects of a project, which in this case would be the general plan, and either avoid significant environmental effects or mitigate them. CEQA documents are disclosure documents. The city is disclosing to the general public the potential environmental effects of implementing a project, which in this case would be the general plan. There are several different types of CEQA documents, but the city's determined that an EIR would be the appropriate document for this project. So the purpose of this meeting is the scoping session, and we're at the very start of the CEQA process. We are here tonight to receive comments from the public regarding environmental topics or alternatives that should be evaluated in the EIR. We're here mainly tonight to listen to what you have to say and make sure that your concerns are addressed in the EIR. We're not here to engage in a dialogue. We're at the very start of the process. We haven't begun any of our analysis yet. So this slide goes over the environmental topics that will be described in the EIR. I'm not going to read through them, but it's a pretty extensive list. We'll also include a discussion of potential alternatives to the general plan. We have a very large team involved in preparing the general plan EIR, and the folks that are involved will include traffic engineers, air quality analysts, noise analysts, biologists, cultural resource analysts, geologists, hydrologists, hazards assessment analysts, and planners. And then this slide runs through the EIR process. Where you see a diamond, that's a point of public input. So if we start at the very beginning, which is the top left corner, the first two squares we've already completed, or the city's already completed. The draft general plan process has begun, and the city determined that an EIR would be necessary and selected LSA to prepare the EIR. Tonight, we're at the first diamond, which is the scoping of environmental issues. So we will hear from the Planning Commission and the public about potential issues that you would like to see addressed in the EIR. The scoping period goes until April 14th, so we would recommend folks and encourage folks to submit comments in writing as well as speak tonight if you have concerns. At the end of the scoping period, we'll take all the concerns and we'll begin our analysis, and that will go for several months. The EIR, as you saw, all the environmental topics is going to be a very lengthy document, so it will take a while to prepare. At the end of that preparation process, we'll have a draft EIR, and the city will publish that, and that will be available for comment for 45 days. During that public review period, I will come back and give you another presentation on the findings of the EIR, and we'll also take public comments at that point. At the end of the public comment period, we'll prepare a response to comment document where we will take all the comments, either written or provided at the public hearing, and respond to every single CEQA or environmental concern raised during the comment period. That document, the response to comment document, plus the draft EIR is considered the final EIR. And that will go before the Planning Commission as well as the City Council for certification of the EIR and adoption of the general plan. So this concludes my presentation. As I said, we're here to hear from folks. If you have concerns, we would like to hear them. And again, the public comment period goes until April 14th. Public participation is an important component of CEQA, so I would, again, urge you to submit written comments if you have concerns. Thanks.
Okay, are there any questions or comments from the commission on the staff report? Then I'll open it to the public to see if we have any comments, and I think I'll bring it back to the commission for any suggestions we might have about scoping. Is there any comments or questions of staff right now? No. Okay. Amy, you don't have a slide, do you, of all of the possible topics that you can put up? There we go. That would be good. I guess my question is, have you made any preliminary judgments about any of these areas that you think are likely to be like scoped out completely at this point?
We are currently scoped to do a full EIR, so covering all topics.
Cover all the topics on the CEQA checklist. Then.
Yeah, and we have just started, we're starting to collect baseline information, so we're not even like at the point where we'd feel comfortable.
And of course, you don't know what the project is yet because we're still working away on the general plan. So the project in the EIR will be the general plan revisions. All right. Is there anyone on public? I'd like to open a public hearing now to provide anyone who wishes an opportunity to come forward and talk about any topics that they think should be covered in the environmental impact report on the Albany general plan revision. Please. And do we have speaker cards for this, or just come up?
It would be helpful to have a speaker card.
We should have will you fill out a speaker card after you're finished there? You did already? Okay, what's your name?
Saul Strand. I live at 555 Pierce Street. My concern is primarily item D on the digital billboard. I feel this is an affront to the three communities.
Hang on for a second.
Oh, wait. Okay, that's on, you're
That's on later
kind
on
of,
the agenda.
it's not on the agenda.
It is on the, you're into the public hearing, aren't you?
We are in on the public hearing. We are on the scoping session for the EIR.
Well, I'm reading the two-page handout at the back on the agenda, and it has the new business. It has A, B, C, and D, and so I'm commenting on the D item.
So you want to comment on the D item, okay. Well,
And it
we
says
won't be getting to
specifically,
that.
The project also will include a digital billboard facing I-580
Correct.
and the 500 block of Pierce Street.
Correct.
Right.
We're on
We-
6.
That item is on the agenda, and we will probably not get to that item until 9:30 or 10 o'clock tonight.
We're on item A, that's item D.
We're on item
Yeah.
A.
Well,
So, and,
that's disrespectful to
Yeah.
the public that's
well,
primarily coming for this
the agenda is
specific
the
digital
agenda is the
billboard.
agenda. And I also should say this, and I think I can, is that we do have several communications about the digital billboard, But I believe that the Planning and Zoning Commission has already acted on the digital billboard. I wasn't at one of the meetings, but that was on the agenda several weeks ago. Is that correct?
Yes, the Planning and Zoning Commission weighed in on changes to the zoning ordinance. At this time, we haven't looked at anything specific to the digital billboard. It will be part of the Public Works master plan for the maintenance center. The maintenance center is part of the agenda tonight, but it's later on the agenda.
Yeah.
The focus right now is the general plan, EIR, CEQA review.
Yeah, yeah,
I got a mailing for a public hearing tonight.
that's correct.
And it includes the digital billboard.
Okay, and it will.
And it will.
It will, but that will be item D. So there's a number of other projects ahead of you, as it were. And we have a lot of work to do tonight on those
Allegedly
projects.
approved without a public hearing, because I think it's a pretty significant.
There will be a public hearing on it. Yeah, we will have a public hearing on that item tonight. So,
I suspect that many of us are here for that. Is there any
And-
way we can
and-
arrange the schedule?
We'll talk after we do finish up with the one we just started.
I'm not inclined to do that, but
don't see why not.
we could bring that up afterwards. So,
Well, it doesn't matter. It's scheduled agenda.
it's
been
scheduled
published.
on the agenda, so do we, I'll consider a motion from the commission to reorder the agenda, but I'll do that after this item is complete. So the current item is the scoping session for the environmental impact report on the Albany General Plan revision. I don't believe are there anyone in the audience who'd like to address us, the commission, on that? See anyone, so I'll close the public hearing. I'll bring it back to the commission. Do we have any guidance or comments to offer LSA and the consultants who are going to be working on the IR?
Oh,
Mr.
I
Pilch,
just
Nick?
had one question. I'm not sure if it's a question or comment, but we've done an active transportation plan has been approved in Albany. I assume will that be rolled into the general plan? I'm unsure of how that works, and if so, I imagine that would be a large area of environmental impacts, would be to study all the everything that's in that plan. So, do you know at this point?
It will be rolled into the general plan.
Okay, all right. And I imagine you'll be looking at the environmental impacts of that document as well. That's my only question / comment.
I'm curious what falls under the category of alternatives, for example.
Yeah.
So alternatives is a component of an EIR that is required by CEQA. And basically, we provide potential alternatives to the general plan. It could be less density, more density, trying to reduce an impact that we've identified, to give sort of a comparative analysis for decision makers to see, if you tweak the plan this way, you may increase these impacts or decrease these impacts. The alternatives analysis is more of a qualitative analysis as opposed to a quantitative analysis, which is in the EIR sections.
And is that prepared by you, or is that prepared by the
That is prepared.
consultants?
That is
Okay.
prepared by us. What we generally do is we'll do an administrative draft to get a sense of what sort of impacts we are looking at, and then we'll meet with staff to come up with some potential alternatives to the project. Sometimes during scoping sessions, we'll hear from the public and they want this alternative evaluated or that alternative evaluated. So, that is what the alternatives section of the EIR, and it's a chapter of the EIR.
Thank you.
Phil?
I've got a couple. In the general plan, are we going to cover the undergrounding of utilities and the benefits to undergrounding? The city started undergrounding utilities a number of years ago and ran out of money. And it could fall into health, safety, other things. So I'm wondering about adding the undergrounding of utilities. I'm wondering also about the impact, and I won't, yeah, I do have a soapbox. The state's insistent on increasing the density of the housing in Albany, and to what point is there does it affect the standard of living in Albany? We keep being asked, I think it's 276 this time around. You know, at some point, the city becomes too dense. We lose the open space, we lose the feel of at least having some type of yard, which is going to become more and more important, I feel, because of urban gardeners. So at what point does the density start affecting, these density requirements by the state start affecting our standard of living in the city of Albany? Also would like to wonder if we're going to look into the parking situation in the city of Albany and the impacts of parking and the impacts of our continually reducing the requirements for parking, and how we may offset those requirements through either impact fees or somehow offset the we continue to exempt parking for required parking. So where's that going to affect the city, and how is it going to affect the city is one of the questions I have. And that's pretty general for right now. I don't have any specifics. I think some of the alternatives. Also, I know. There's talk about possibly making Solano, San Pablo all mixed use. At some point, Albany could lose its retail, and are we going to be doing anything in our general plan to be protecting some retail locations? So those are some of the ones off the cuff that also the standard ones, the walking city, how we can encourage through the general plan to increase bike trails, bike paths, walking paths, those type of things. As you can tell, it's quite a mix here of requiring higher density, but losing land, but wanting to have open space for walkways and bike paths and such. So I'm trying to figure out where the balance is on that.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but it seems like some of your comments they're half environmental and half deal with the general plan, which I think was the next item on the agenda, because I don't see where a standard of living would be an environmental impact. You know what I mean?
Well, I think it could be. That's why I mentioned it. It's a standard of living. It could be health, welfare, or it could be financial.
It's certainly relevant to the general plan, but
Right.
to the environmental document, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
But
I mean, you've got to analyze it.
So I haven't read a lot of EIRs, but so is the point here to have a document that backs up the general plan, or is the point here to have a document that questions, that becomes a tool to go back to the state that says, this, we're meeting the general plan, but there's issues here, and so what if other cities, how do we use the EIR to our benefit?
So the purpose of the EIR is to evaluate environmental impacts. So we'll take, the draft general plan and we'll prepare a program level EIR. And a program level EIR is like a EIR from 10,000 feet up. We're sort of looking at overall impacts associated with the development of the general plan, which will occur over 20 years. So it is, it's a tool to provide information about potential impacts. How will the general plan affect, traffic, schools, air quality, noise, those sorts of issues that, the city may be concerned about.
Well, let's see, I do have experience with EIRs for sure, and I think general plan EIRs are difficult to do because they are very general. It's a lot easier to take a very specific project on a very specific site and evaluate what the environmental impacts are going to be. But over a long period of time, there might be some changes in the environment that could occur from implementing the general plan. And that's what they're going to be looking at. So it will be a pretty general document. And I won't have a lot of very specific numbers or quantifications of how Albany is going to change over time. We will be fulfilling our requirements to evaluate the plan. The project itself will be the general plan. I think Nick is right about a lot of the questions that Phil is raising are really ones for us to decide while we're just working with Barry and working on what are the general plan policies.
Well, but we got to look at, for instance,
We
the
have to look at-
impact of denser housing on the city of Albany.
We do.
That's an EIR issue.
The impact of denser housing, well, the impact is likely to be X number of
Don't
new
speculate.
housing units, so many more people.
Yeah.
That kind of thing, but in a general way.
But you're also, an
The
EIR.
EIR is not going to be able to say, you can't say that there will be so many more homes on such and such a parcel of land.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is that, for instance, when I say the parking reduction, environmentally, how does that parking reduction affect the standard of living in the city, which could be a general plan issue, but it's also an environmental issue?
Yeah.
So the things I brought up, I can go into a longer discussion about this.
Yeah.
I'm just giving bullet points for right now. But I think that these issues do cover EIR concerns that I think could come up.
Unfortunately, I think, I'll say, well, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the state just dropped parking from the whole checklist. So parking, the question of parking may not even show up in if they follow the state checklist. We can add that back in. I think we have the right to do that, and it's going to be some sort of quantitative analysis, or we can decide if we wanted to pay for, a kind of a major parking survey to determine how ample the supply of on-street parking is in Albany and how not. That's probably what you're kind of looking for.
What I'm looking
But-
for is,
But anyway,
what direction are we going in
yeah,
with reducing the parking and having an impact on the environment of the city?
yeah.
So I think that's
And
where,
I think,
that's,
I think it's a tough question, and I'm
Well-
not sure that's one that you're going to get the answer for in the EIR.
well, they're all tough questions, but I mean, what I'm saying is I think that this is of interest to this
It
city.
is, no doubt about
And
it.
so either we scope this generally for any city, or we look at the issues that are specific to Albany.
We're trying to look at our
Right, and I
general
think-
plan and our issues, that's
And I
right.
think that is,
Okay.
parking's a big part of that. I mean, we've
Yeah.
got a committee that's looking into that.
That's
So I
right.
think that unless we have, and we talked in that committee about rolling some of this into the EIR for the city.
Okay,
So,
so if you decide that parking's been scoped out, I think what we're telling you is we want it scoped back in at least some way or another. I think that's clear. And I think it has been scoped out. I think the state checklist dropped that question. So, and I have a couple of comments
well,
to
before you
make.
go too far, that's a good, okay, the state has dropped it, or let's say the state has dropped it on a project-by-project basis. Have they dropped it?
No, they're using, and the guidelines, the state checklist that is sort of the rule book for preparing ARs is general, applies to all kinds of projects. It will apply to the Bay Delta project, just like it will apply to a 50-unit project
Yeah.
on San Pablo Avenue.
Well, like you, again,
It's very
not as
general.
much as experience as you, but I do have a lot of experience with EIRs,
Yeah.
and you can scope it.
You can.
And if
that's
we
what we're
insist that
doing.
it be scoped to have parking in there,
That's-
regardless of what the state says.
That's what we're doing.
If
That's
it's an
what I'm
impact to
saying.
this
That's-
community, it's an impact to the general plan, then it should
That's
be in the EIR.
exactly what I said. That's exactly what I said.
So,
It looks like
no, I
Bill
know.
wants parking
I want
covered
parking
in the
there.
EIR.
I want parking covered.
He wants parking covered, and you might want to come back to us
But he
when
keeps
you
saying
have
take it
no
out.
more.
No, he didn't.
And-
He
No,
was
no, no.
agreeing with
When
you.
you, yeah, I'm agreeing with you, okay.
Yeah, okay. He's agreed to that
Along
point,
the
but then
same
he keeps
line,
back on
along
saying
the
it's not
same
part of the
line,
state.
I think that the Office of Planning and Research is changing traffic, guidelines for traffic analysis right now. I don't think it's been approved yet. And I don't know the implications for that, and probably it'll be just fine for our purposes in the EIR to go with the direction they're going, just moving away from the traditional A, B, C, D, and F level of service to more capacity-oriented analysis. That's probably fine for a general plan. It gets to be problematic more for specific projects. But anyway, we'll want to be aware of that. I'm interested personally in the alternatives. And I think the way we might have the most helpful EIR is to pay attention to what we do with in the alternatives section. I notice one of the things that we're going to be talking about later tonight in general plan scoping is that Barry is suggesting we use ABAG projections 2009 and not the Bay Area plan projections. There's only that would change the population of Albany by 600 to 800 people, maybe not sound like a lot, but it's still quite a few units. And at a minimum, I think in the alternative section, you should have a Bay Area plan level of development if we decide to go with Barry's recommendation and stick with the other projections. And in line with what Phil's talking about, I also think you could craft an alternative that might not have that might undo some of the things that we may be talking about doing, such as if the committee, which I'm not on, goes in the direction of reducing our residential parking requirements, and then an alternative that kind of is the status quo, the no project alternative should at least cover keeping the parking standards the way they are right now. For a development with an alternative with less development, sort of a lighter impact development alternative, I think is probably going to be useful. And my belief is that over the past 25 years, on our current general plan, Albany has not grown as quickly, as rapidly as was projected. So if you're looking at an alternative that is sort of less development or less intense, I think that it might be useful to sort of carry forward the historical rate of growth. And because I think that the ABAG projections that we're relying on, that we use, is the regional projections we use, the ones we're supposed to use, the Bay Area plan ones, which are optional for us, I think that those have proven to be optimistic for Albany, and that Albany has been developing more slowly. And then finally, with alternatives too, we have the big question of our waterfront. Our work on the general plan is probably not going to, isn't probably going to sort of stay status quo, generally speaking, on the waterfront, because it requires a zoning change and a general plan amendment, vote of the people to modify, to make changes on the waterfront, and we're not going to be doing it during part of this general plan process. At least that's my belief. We haven't discussed it. This commission hasn't discussed it on the city council. But a couple of years ago, the city spent a lot of money on a major scoping program that had a certain level of development anticipated at the waterfront. And I don't think that's going to be incorporated in the general plan, but it should be discussed in the alternative section in one way or another, either in the higher growth alternative or a separate alternative that adopts that's named after that study, or in some other way. But I think that we really need to have an alternative in the IR that looks at what would happen if Golden Gate Fields is gone, changes, or develops a lot of excess land, and how would that be? Might be tied in with the ABAG plan Bay Area. Maybe that's where all of those extra 600 or 800 people and 800 or 900 jobs would go. I don't know if it would be a nice time that you could put together an EIR on that one section. Those are my thoughts.
Maybe we need to pull a vision plan out and see what it has for development, whether we want to include that. So.
And I guess, related to the waterfront, don't forget that even though it's probably not going to be in the general plan, Shore State Park Plan is a reality. And it probably will be implemented. The city is on the way to implement it, and all on the property that we control, they're moving toward that. And that will be a part of Albany's future, and it would certainly affect things like your recreation topics, open space topics. That, if East Shore State Park develops, then we'll have more, recreational space, more open space, that is developed, for use by our citizens. That should be incorporated. Those are my thoughts. Anything further? Okay. So I think that will, I think you have what you need, or you have enough, so good. Thanks for coming. Yeah. Good luck in moving forward, and we hope we get you a project to write the EIR on before too long. And Barry's next up. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay. Now, Commission, the next item is a study session on the general plan land use element. It's going to take a while. I would entertain a motion to reorder the agenda if anyone is interested in doing that. Is that appropriate? Do we have the people we need here? Jeff? Mm-hmm.
No, I'm sorry, we don't.
Okay.
The architect that has scoped that, Jack is here.
Okay.
So we could do that if you wanted to do that now. I need to run back to the office real quick and grab my notes. Can I maybe suggest if you do the general plan with Barry, that will give me a few minutes to get organized for that.
And then move into the work we have to do on the policies, you mean?
Yeah, why don't you get into the policies now, do that first, and then Jack and I can get coordinated on the maintenance center, and you can
Okay.
do that when you're completed
Okay.
there.
Well, I think it should take an action, a vote of the commission to reorder the agenda. I think we need to do that. Now, do I have a motion? Is anyone interested in doing that, or should we stick? If not, we'll stick with you,
I have a
Justin.
question before we make a motion. So by shifting this forward on the agenda, anyone who has looked at the agenda and knows that it's later on and is interested in speaking to this, we might prevent them from being able to speak on this topic by moving it forward on the agenda. So that's my only concern in doing this, is that what's been the precedence in the past for?
I think that's a valid point.
I honestly don't know what the precedent is. First time I've ever done this.
Well, once it's been posted and published, then a change, doesn't it violate the Brown Act?
Yeah, no, you can move it around, and perhaps if members of the public know that there are others not here yet,
Yeah.
then I think that you absolutely should stick with the sequence. If everybody that's going to be here is here, you can rearrange it.
If we pull it forward, and we close it, and someone comes at a later time to discuss it, how would that work? Would we open it back up?
That gets a little awkward because everybody else has already gone home, presumably.
Yep.
But this is just the first of what will probably be a number of these. So in terms of
I mean, that's
on
correct.
the maintenance center,
The maintenance center
there's no
is just a
decisions
study
being
session.
made this evening.
Yeah.
So
So there will be future opportunities, so, okay. All right. Well, I can't do it on my own, but if there's a motion and a second, then we could reorder the agenda. If not, we won't. Mhm.
I hereby move to.
No, I'm sorry, you're not on the commission. It takes one of these people to do it. I don't hear a motion.
I thought that was a coup. Who's going to take over?
I don't hear a motion. So, okay, so we're going to stick with the agenda, and we will not reorder the agenda. And the next item on the agenda then is the study session on the land use element.
Do we want to give everyone an estimate when this would come back so that anyone here could go, get a drink?
I think that the staff has recommended allocating about 90 minutes to this. Is that right? Did I read that somewhere?
We can do it in 60.
What?
60 minutes.
60 minutes? Okay?
But then there's two
I-
items
Yeah.
after that.
I think it
As-
could take longer.
Yeah, as to the other items under number 7, the first one is a continuance, so I expect that we'll fly through that. The other two residential remodel applications you've seen before. My guess is that you could probably get through those in about 20 to 30 minutes.
Right. And, okay,
I think your original estimate of 9 to 9:30 is
is realistic, huh?
accurate.
Yeah.
Realistic.
Yeah.
We can start, if we have to, if we're finished early, we'll start another project before 9:30. And then we
Yeah.
can come back to this.
And I'll note that this is televised, so that people can go home and watch the proceedings and see when the item will come up and come in and when it's about to come up.
That happens a lot.
It's also a webcast as well.
Yeah.
So we're estimating about an hour and a half
Mhm.
from now,
Yeah. So, yeah,
about 9.
and that would be for item D, which is a study session on the Public Works Center. Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
Ready for me? Good
Okay.
evening. And those of you who stayed get to hear about the future of the city, which is actually kind of an important topic. So I'm glad you're here. So we're actually going to spend the next hour or so on a planning and zoning commission study session related to the general plan update. This actually is very closely related to the scoping session that Amy just led you through, and many of the questions you were asking may be either answered or you'll have an opportunity to discuss those things further during this presentation and discussion session. We're going to organize this into two components. So I'm going to give you about a 5-minute, probably 10-minute presentation, and then stop and take questions, comments, and feedback, probably for 20 minutes or so. And then I've got another 10 minutes or so of presentation material, and then turn it back to you again for further discussion, and we'll try to wrap this up in an hour or so. I know you have other items on the agenda, and this is one of a series of study sessions, but we do have some fairly important decisions that we're making now. So our objectives for tonight, you can see them on the slide here. First is to review the growth assumptions for the 2035 general plan update. And by growth assumptions, we're talking about how the city will grow, where the city will grow, and the kind of growth that will happen in Albany during the next 20 years. That's pretty much the first module of this conversation. Then we're going to, in the second module, talk about the city's land use policies, and this includes both a quick review of what's in the existing 1992 general plan for Albany, and kind of a preview or a teaser, if you will, of potential new policies and topic areas that we can develop policies on for the new general plan, looking forward for the next 20 years. So the purpose of this discussion is really to lay the groundwork for the entire general plan, but most specifically the land use element of the general plan. And when we've talked about the land use element in the past, it's primarily been the land use map and the general plan categories and the definitions of those categories that you see on this map. This is a color-coded map, and the colors indicate the types of uses and densities that are permitted in various parts of the city. This is kind of the framework for the city's zoning map. It's less detailed than the zoning map, but it does provide the basic parameters. But in addition to the map, there's also a discussion of where the city is going in the future, the overall vision for Albany's development, how the city will grow, and so forth. And that's mostly expressed through policies. So we've got a series of goal statements on different topics, and underneath each of those goals is a set of policies and action programs that guide us toward those goals. And that's been the way the Albany General Plan has been organized for the last 20 years. That's the way most every general plan is organized, in that you've got maps and then policies that guide you toward the map. So this is actually kind of the segue between your previous presentation on the scoping session and this, which is how these two are connected, how the general plan links back to the EIR. So what we're doing in this process is we're developing a general plan document that is based on a particular set of assumptions about how the city is going to grow over the next 20 years. And one of the fundamental assumptions here is that we're not changing the land use map in this process, so that the growth that's going to happen is going to happen within the existing zoning framework and land use framework that's defined right now on the ground. Now that's sort of, in some ways you can say, well, this is a status quo plan because we're not turning San Pablo Avenue into an industrial area or turning the industrial area into a residential area. Albany is landlocked, we're not annexing land, we're not changing the waterfront, and I'm saying we're not, these things could be considered, but the scope of work that I have and sort of the general marching orders in this general plan was we're essentially keeping the existing general plan framework but moving the time horizon forward 20 years. So there's a little bit of opportunity to explore new directions, and as Commissioner Donaldson said, that is really the function of the alternatives process. I thought that the feedback that you provided LSA on the alternatives was excellent, and that is the direction I think we're going to go in saying, you know, one alternative might change things a little bit. One alternative might say, look, we're not going to grow even to the level that projections 2009 says we're going to grow. We're really going to stay more or less the same in the future. But you can see here that what we're doing is we're making certain assumptions about the amount of growth. This is expressed in the number of housing units that we think will locate in Albany in the next 20 years. The type of growth, meaning if it's housing, is it going to be single family? Is it going to be multifamily? Is it going to be high-rise buildings or townhouses and so forth? If it's commercial use, is it a technology park? Is it retail space? Is it big box? Is it small shops and so forth? And then the spatial distribution of growth, which is where within the small 2 square miles of Albany will growth take place. We've talked in the past about mostly the San Pablo Avenue corridor. Are there other areas in the city that might change in the future where growth might be accommodated? As you can see on the right, the assumptions that we make through this land use element are going to drive what's in that EIR that LSA is preparing. So, for example, the traffic analysis, which is going to say this is the volume of cars we have and bikes and buses and so forth we have on San Pablo Avenue today. If we add this number of housing units in the next 20 years and add on to that all of the regional growth that's happening in Berkeley and El Cerrito and every place else in the region, what will the traffic volumes look like on San Pablo Avenue in 20 years? And what do we need to do to keep traffic moving and to keep modes balanced and to keep it safe for pedestrians and bicyclists and so on? That's really what the EIR focuses on. When it comes to a topic like noise, we look at the traffic volumes on Interstate 80, 580, and we say, how does that affect the land uses that are within a certain number of feet of that freeway, and what do we need to do to future development in that area to make sure that if you're a resident, that your noise levels remain acceptable and so forth. So that's really the focus of that EIR document. So these assumptions about growth are really critical. So these are the numbers. This is sort of the bottom line here. We're looking at a net growth over 20 years of 665 households. Now, a household is not the same as a housing unit because there's always a certain number of housing units that are going to be vacant. So 665 households would be close to 700 housing units. There's about a 3 to 5% vacancy rate that's built in. These are new households that would be developed in the next 20 years on various sites in the city. 175 of those are in the senior housing development that was recently approved. So that's actually more than a quarter of those households right there. The population associated with that growth is roughly 1,345 people. That's mostly assuming the same household size that we have today, and we're looking at roughly 830 additional jobs over that 20-year period, primarily associated with infill retail development on the ground floor of new mixed-use buildings, a little bit of office development, and some additional infill development in the CMX zone down along the East Shore Freeway and Cleveland. So that's the primary areas of employment growth. A couple of notes at the bottom, and Commissioner Donaldson mentioned this earlier, that the forecasts are consistent with projections 2009. out to the year 2035. At this point, those are still the official projections that are being used by the Alameda County Transportation Commission for traffic modeling. They will be changing at the end of this year to a new traffic model that has higher growth assumptions for the county based on Plan Bay Area, which is ABAG's regional plan for the Bay Area. What Plan Bay Area does is it concentrates development in the core of the region. So cities like Albany would be expected to grow faster and add more population. At this point, we're not proposing to use the Plan Bay Area forecasts. Those forecasts assume 1,170 households over the next 30 years. So they actually go further into the future. But even if and it's a much bigger number, obviously it's 500 more households, but since it's also a more distant point in the future, we can say that even if you interpolate that number back to 2035, we're still not showing the level of growth that that forecast is showing. It's possible Albany may add 500 housing units between 2035 and 2040, but that's way out in the future beyond the horizon of this general plan. The other, you can see that the notes that are on the slide are pretty much in line with what I was just describing. So this is a little bit distorted. That looks different on that screen than on my screen, but the bottom line here is this map shows the general distribution of development. Where are those 665 households going to go? So you can see on the left-hand side, no changes are assumed at the waterfront in this scenario. 65 additional units are assumed on the private residentially zoned land on the west side of Albany Hill. Again, this is over a 20-year time period, so this could happen in the year 2034. And these are all numbers that could be achieved even under the 1992 general plan. Again, I need to underscore that because we're really not changing anything here. This is kind of a continuation of what the city's been seeing for the last 20 years. And actually the growth rates are comparable to what Albany has seen during periods of that 20 years, the last 20 years. So again, most of the growth is on the San Pablo Avenue corridor. We've got the 175 units that have been approved, the UC Village mixed-use project on San Pablo Avenue, and then roughly 300 units along the San Pablo Avenue corridor between the El Cerrito line and the Berkeley line. And that's mostly on the northern part of the corridor. There's roughly 190 units north of Solano and about 105 units south of Solano on that section of the corridor. That excludes the senior project. Some of the housing sites, or I should say some of the potential that's identified in this map is associated with the housing sites that are in the city's housing element that was just adopted. Roughly half of the potential is associated with sites that we've already identified. The other half is sort of floating on the corridor, and we don't know exactly where those sites are going to be, but the land exists to accommodate that development, again, over 20 years. On the Solano corridor, it's a smaller number. We're looking at roughly 50 housing units. We also have our three areas. This is the multifamily zoning district. Within the multifamily zone, there are right now about 150 single-family houses that could potentially redevelop into higher densities over the next 20 years. In most cases, it would take somebody acquiring multiple parcels in order to build something that's larger than 2 units or 3 units. But as this commission has seen in the past, there have been instances where someone's come in, purchased 3 or 4 or 2 or 3 adjacent single-family parcels and proposed or completed a development that replaced those units with something that was more dense. And that, over the next 20 years, would be expected to produce about 60 more housing units in the city. The remaining potential is on scattered small sites. So if you add this up, this is 665 households, or roughly 700 housing units. Okay, so this gets into the next topic area. So I'm going to actually stop with this and see if there are questions or comments from the commission on this. And I know, I don't know if we have any speakers on this particular item, but I know we're also seeking public input on this topic. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. With that interregnum here, questions? Any questions, Barry?
No, I don't think so. I was just wondering about procedure, though, if we want to actually take public comment on each one of, 3 times during Barry's presentation, or maybe just leave it to the end of your presentation?
Yeah,
It would be twice, yeah.
Be
There's
twice.
One more after this.
Okay. But,
yeah. When we get to the land use policies, my thinking certainly is that we should take public comment after we've gone through all the land use policies, all those slides that Barry has coming up, so, okay. All right. I guess the only question I have is talk a little bit more about using the ABAG 2009 and not Plan Bay Area. Are you real confident that that's the right way to go? And you know, I guess are we right on the borderline here between our schedule for our plan and when those projections get incorporated into the county traffic model and county rules?
We're pretty close to the border. I mean, I think it'd be the end of this year before the Transportation Commission is using the new model, and at this point, the traffic consultant is prepared to begin looking at this scenario with the existing regional model. The difference being really not so much what's happening in Albany, but what's happening in the region and all of the cities around Albany, because those cities have much greater margins of difference between the Plan Bay Area projections and projections 2009. Well, I would say in terms of talking more about that it would be difficult to show where we could accommodate 1,170 housing or households without looking at some more significant map changes, either additional density, additional height, changing low-density areas to high-density areas, looking at the waterfront, looking at the industrial areas, making changes that really are not possible to do within the scope that this general plan was intended to cover. And so that, I think, is the major motivation for why we're looking at the lesser growth scenario. And to Commissioner Moss's point about the quality of life and the impact of the density and the city's ability to mitigate all of the changes, not only environmental, but to community character, would be pretty significant. And I question whether we could get it done in a year, which is the plan. I mean, when you start looking at general plans that are that fundamental and changing the way a city works and functions, you're looking at a much longer process and a much deeper community discussion about the future of the city.
Okay, well, that would sort of then echo or reaffirm my thinking on EIR alternatives. At least we should cover those extra units. ABAG is likely to say they're going to want their region is our regional share. I think that doing that is a big issue, and it would open up the waterfront question in my mind. Tie them together.
The other point I'll make too is that this is a general plan that will be adopted in 2015 for the year 2035. That does not preclude the city from amending the plan at some point, say 2020, 2025, to accommodate additional growth as conditions change, as opportunities present themselves. But at least from this point in time, looking forward, we're not prepared to do that.
And any change in the waterfront would involve zoning change and general plan amendment, right?
And a ballot measure.
And approved by the voters, right? Yeah. So that would have to get dealt with as one big project, one big hunk thing. All right. Any other questions?
And I know this is off topic, but where in all these numbers when ABAG or plan gives us numbers for housing units, the density of the area come into play? Albany's already a very dense area compared to even El Cerrito or Berkeley. Is there a consideration on how dense is too dense?
Not at the regional level. They're not looking at that in the way that you are. I mean, that's the big complaint about the whole Plan Bay area, is that it pushes density into communities where it will fundamentally change the character of those. I would say that the changes that we're talking about are fairly modest in terms of It's more development along the scale of the Albany Gardens, Villa to Albany, the kind of development that the city has been seeing in the last 10 years. It's not looking at taller buildings necessarily or radically different uses in different parts of the city. So in some respects, even the densities we're talking about are somewhat status quo. It's filling in some of the gaps along that San Pablo corridor.
The assumptions are not, it's not going to be triggering any significant upzoning or zoning changes for higher density. The general plan is not, we're not gonna be
At least at the
looking
map
that.
level. I mean, we're not
At the
talking
map
about
level,
any
yeah.
map changes.
Yeah, at the overall map. We're not changing any of the density ranges. We've already gone through that, I think.
Right, that's right.
Right. All right. Okay, and then I think you wanted to follow on then with talking about a number of questions about some of the land use policies then. You made a-
Yes, so if there are no further questions, I'll move into the second part of the presentation. And again, with respect to what you just saw, that was not the last time. You'll have to look at that and comment on that. So if you get a flash and think, no, I don't want that kind of scenario, please do email us or bring it up at a future study session, and we can continue to revisit that. But we are going to move forward in the next couple of months with some of those technical and analytical tasks, so it is important that we know your preferences there. So the next part of this and the final part of this study session is really focused on policies. And what you see on the slide here is a summary of the existing land use element, which was adopted 22 years ago, and it covers these 9 topic areas. So under each of these topics, you find a goal statement and then a series of policies. And as you'll see, well, the staff report points out a number of shortcomings of this, including the fact that the policies are now 22 years old. But what I am proposing through the next couple of slides is reorganizing the way the city's land use policies are presented and providing some more current and relevant policies that are really intended to help this commission and staff and the city council as they evaluate development proposals and consider planning applications, because right now the policies don't really set you up to they don't help you evaluate development proposals necessarily in the way that a general plan should. And that's partly because the plan is so old. It's partly because it doesn't cover all of the topics that this commission deals with, so wireless facilities and so forth could be covered. So the first point made here is that there's no, right now in the existing plan, there's no overarching goal about what kind of place Albany should be, what kind of city Albany should be. So we're looking at creating a new goal that lays out the overarching principles for the city's growth, and these are some of them up here. And what I would like to do is bring you back some language at either the next study session or a couple of study sessions down that actually is a draft with some of this information based on feedback that we get. And we'll be working with the website to try and put this question to the community as well. But here, what I thought would be some of the overarching principles, sustainability, and certainly, with the climate action plan, there are a lot of directives about how the city should grow. They're big picture issues. They're broad and forward thinking. So to work some of that into the general plan, to maintain a balance between jobs and housing in the city so that Albany is not only adding one type of use and continues to have a community where people can work and live, preserving the quality of the city's neighborhoods, providing diverse housing choices and housing types, walkability, the whole concept that this is a walkable city where people can walk to retail, to restaurants, to entertainment, to school and so forth, maintaining that quality in the future, and then looking at open space along the waterfront and providing access to the waterfront and the shoreline. So these are just some of the general overarching policies that would be considered. We would then have a series of policies on residential areas, and interestingly, the first goal in the general plan now is maintain the residential character of Albany, and one of the issues with that is that I think it's really maintained the residential character of the city's neighborhoods, because the city actually is much more than a residential character. I mean, there's commercial character, there's open space character, there are many types of characters. So the idea here is to have a set of policies on how we preserve the quality of the city's neighborhoods. And some of the comments that were coming up earlier on the EIR are very relevant here, looking at how we maintain the appearance of neighborhoods, how we deal with encroachment of non-residential uses in neighborhoods, the compatibility of alterations to homes, and the compatibility of new construction with existing construction. These are issues that this commission deals with all the time. How we buffer and ensure compatibility between different uses, transitions in scale, say we're a 3-story multifamily abuts a 1-story single-family home. How do you manage that transition? What to do with small lots. We've had some discussion about small lots in the context of the housing element. Accessory structures, views and vistas. That's primarily preservation of views and the impacts on views of new development. So what we would be looking at here is some policy language addressing each of these topics that's general enough that it provides flexibility and guidance, but it's specific enough that there is some direction on these topics, which is missing in the current general plan. We would then have a goal on commercial and mixed use areas. So this is where we depart from the existing plan, because we wouldn't have a separate a separate goal with a whole series of policies just for Solano, and a separate goal and a whole series of policies just for San Pablo, and then a whole set of different policies for Keynes and Adams. I mean, the idea here is that we're looking holistically at all of the city's commercial districts, the character of the commercial areas, the idea of nodes along San Pablo Avenue and Solano Avenue. What does it mean if there's a node shown on the map? I think this is one of the things that we were wrestling with in the housing element, is that you look at the map and there's this node, so to speak, node at San Pablo and Solano, but what does that actually mean? You can't build taller buildings there. There's effectively not really that much difference in what you can do on the ground floor, so it's fleshing that out a little bit. The desired mix and balance of uses. So this gets to the issue of, I think Commissioner Moss brought up earlier about the retail, and do we want to designate areas on San Pablo where we say 100% retail or only retail, or you have to do ground floor retail? We've just looked at a housing element change that would say you can now do ground floor residential in most cases. So it's looking at that policy question and how we deal with that in the future. The whole issue of how commercial areas abut residential areas and how you minimize conflicts, noise, parking, heights, and so forth. Design and scale of commercial buildings, the balance between auto-related uses and pedestrian-oriented uses. And this is really two questions, because we've got auto-related uses, meaning uses that you drive to, that have parking lots, which are they're not really auto-related, they're auto-oriented. And then you have actual auto-related uses like car sales and auto repair and body shops and so forth. Neither of those is that effectively dealt with in the current plan. Essentially, the current plan says move all auto-related uses down to East Shore Highway and Cleveland, and create new opportunities on San Pablo. Is that realistic? I guess so. There's a question about that. Public space and ground floor activities, we kind of mentioned those both already. There would be a goal and a set of policies on the industrial areas. This is the CMX zoning district, and what types of uses would be envisioned in that area in the future. A goal and a set of policies on public facilities and what we're also calling quasi-public facilities, which are things like churches and private schools. This is where you may have some policies on the siting of wireless facilities. I know that's been a huge issue for the city in the past. I looked in as many general plans as I can find, and nobody is really tackling this in their general plans. Either they're afraid to, or they're looking at their zoning and municipal code to tackle this. But I do think that we can include at least some general direction addressing things like visual impacts and safety issues on wireless facilities in the general plan that provides some direction for the commission.
Yeah.
And then lastly, we have what I'm calling areas of special importance, and these are unique places within Albany that warrant special consideration in the general plan. And those two places I've listed here are Albany Hill and the waterfront. In both of these cases, there are separate documents that provide some additional direction. Albany Hill has what's called the Creekside Master Plan, which has policies just for the Albany Hill area. And the waterfront, although it's not a plan, Voices to Vision did provide some direction on at least goals or aspirations for the waterfront that can be incorporated here. The last topic, community design and historic preservation. Again, in some communities, this is its own element of the general plan. We are folding it into the land use element. This is where we would look at aesthetic policies, policies on architecture, historic preservation, how to create a stronger sense of place and identity in the city through gateways, street trees, and so forth, and dealing with public space. So that's, in a broad brush, the proposed organization of the land use element. And there's a lot of information there, and I'm happy to come back to any of these topics or hear from the commission about what your thoughts on the overall organization and anything specific.
All right. I read the staff report very carefully, and I have a lot of notations on it, so I'd be open to sort of discussing what you just went over now. Is there anyone else in the commission who wants to make specific comments or at this point on what Barry's just covered?
I have a couple questions, but I can wait till the end because maybe your comments might trigger some additional questions.
Okay. Anyone else? You want to start now? So, I don't know. I'll go through my notes here. On your first slide at the very beginning there, start up there, that overreaching policies and that sort of thing. I agree with your analysis on that. We don't have an overarching policy, and these were all good. I thought you made some good points in the staff report, I agree that the first goal probably should be preserving the residential character. And then I went on and sort of reading your description of the other items, the commercial areas and all of that. And the notes I made kind of focused on, I think we're looking to create a vibrant city. The word vibrancy or a vibrant community came out to me, and I hadn't seen that here. But balance between residential and commercial. I'd like to see more, and I think the way we can get there is by having a more vibrant commercial and retail development, or developments or opportunities, and also recreational. I think it's been getting better, but that can go that way. But I'm looking for a vibrant city. I also had a walkable and bikeable city. We're heading in that direction. I think it's the right direction to go, and I like to see that incorporated into the overarching goals. You had it, but I'm just echoing that, I think. A wide range of retail, and then also personal services. Most of what the new development we're seeing on Solano, especially in the internet age, as brick and mortar retailing is becoming harder to succeed, what we're seeing in our community is more and more personal services sort of focused storefronts. And I think that our general plan should somehow acknowledge that, and that maybe we should have a discussion about the extent to which we encourage that. I think we do, but maybe there are some personal services that we think there's too many of. The nail salons keep coming up, but I don't know if that's an issue or not. I don't think it really is. And it kind of relates to other community services like the little pubs that we just had coming up. How are they interconnected, and sort of do they add in to make the community more vibrant? And then I think I think on the books, over the next few 30 years or so, there's a possibility, there's talk anyway, of a Solano Avenue BART station without parking. And I think that our general plan should, if that's true, we should look into that, and that should be incorporated. Maybe it's just a circle at Solano that says future BART station, but I think it would be like a peak hour station or something like that. And possibly that could really encourage even more transit use than we have now, and sort of an infill BART station. If that's a reality, or if that's something we want to encourage, I think that the general plan is the time to do that.
Add something, that could be something that gets incorporated into one of the alternatives as well.
Yes, right.
The issue with including a BART station as kind of part of the plan would be, there'd be some secondary land use impacts. I doubt you would put a station there without looking at changing the uses within a certain vicinity to amortize the cost.
And I think BART's long-range plan is looking at that. And that much surprised me because, you know, historically, BART hates Albany because Albany refused to remove all the housing so that the El Cerrito Plaza station would be at Solano. That was their original plans.
Hate's a strong word.
Hate is, well, yeah, I know. Years ago, I dealt with the BART noise issue, and the BART director, that exactly the way he came off at the time. He knew the history of it. It's like, why would I come here?
So Doug, I happened to talk with a BART engineer recently, and I asked him this specific question. So this is not an official BART answer, but this was his response was that the Richmond line is, of all the lines, it's one of the less used lines, and so BART would be looking to come back and infill on lines that are more heavily used, and that it's very, very slim right now that Albany would be considered for an infill station.
Yeah. That could well be the case.
But it doesn't mean that it couldn't be
And
in 20 years.
yeah, that could well be the case. But it was in the last year or so, I think I heard that there was a little dot at Solano for one of those, and that may be, they're thinking 40 years out, 50 years out, I don't know. But they are going that way, to have some stations in dense areas without parking. Without parking, then it could fit in. It would just, it would be, I would assume, a pretty small facility. Anyway, so I'm bringing that up. Interrupt me if you see anything here. Let's see. Then I went through, I looked at all of your residential goals and the things that I had yeses by almost all of them. I don't think that issues related to lot mergers, lot line adjustments, or subdivision is a general plan issue. I don't think that minimizing the potentially disruptive impacts of residential construction is necessarily a general plan issue.
Contrary. No,
Contrary? Okay.
I'm just saying.
No, that's good. That's good. We should have dissent.
I got hit with that twice now.
Yeah.
In other jurisdictions about construction noise being in.
Minimizing, and through their zoning, or their
through
planning and zoning
sound
policy?
studies.
Pardon?
Through sound studies.
Through sound studies, yeah, okay. Well, I don't disagree with that. Noise, noise
I was surprised.
is issue, and requiring, we can have policies that require sound issues. We can have policies, we do have policies that, we have our very unpopular construction hour policy. We don't allow people to work before 8 a.m., and that's to minimize residential noise in residential neighborhoods, and contractors don't like that. Let's see, what other issues? I wasn't sure if accessory uses and structures is a general plan issue, certainly zoning issue. But I'm wondering if secondary residential units might be a general plan issue, at least at the action level or something like that. I think that's something we probably want to encourage. We've talked about that at P&Z here, so, okay. You talked about having a separate, about the idea of combining a lot of the common goals for Solano, San Pablo corridors, the two commercial corridors. I'm okay with that. My notes indicate I'm okay with doing that. We may need to have some farther down in the hierarchy of the policies. There will have to be some separations. Solano and San Pablo do have differences, but if you're looking at the overall organization of the goals, I think it'd be okay to combine those two commercial areas, in my opinion. So you raised questions about the node and the nodes, and my personal thinking, and I think I speak only for myself, is that I have my belief since working on the Zoning Code Revision Commission and going back a ways is that somehow the nodes do indicate some higher intensity development. So potentially taller buildings there, or some incentives for higher FAR at the nodes. I do know that at ZCRAC there was a node talked at right here at Marin San Pablo, and everyone said, well, that's gas stations. And at Giltrack, why is that a node? The gas stations are here forever, and the Giltrack is not ours to manage. And I think maybe even that node disappeared. I don't think it shows up anymore. I'm not sure. That probably came from the San Pablo Avenue guidelines or design review. But I think in the zoning ordinance, anyway, we do talk about node treatment at Solano and San Pablo. And I don't think it is I think it's a traffic node. It is the sort of central of the area. It's where we have our farmers market, which kind of makes it, that's sort of a node-like activity in a way. But certainly the development on all four of those corners, one of them being completely vacant right now, is not node-like, and I sure like to see that. I'd like to see us have some incentives and talk about that in the general plan. That's like our main corner. Okay. During the Zoning Code Revision Commission work, we had the issue of the transitions and the buffering between the commercial uses behind San Pablo and to a lesser extent behind Solano, but it will come up if development is proposed, is an important issue. And I'm glad to see it listed here. I don't have the resolution for it. But I do have an arrow pointing down to your other bullet about setback screening, daylight plane requirements. I think from a practical standpoint, that's the best way to deal with that issue. I don't know how it gets dealt with in general plan language, other than to say that the zoning should provide for specific rules and regulations that helps that transition. But it's going to be a tough one. It was then. I second your thought about including relocation of auto sales and service businesses from San Pablo to the East Shore Cleveland area. I think that's been happening. We just approved the El Cerrito Tires project a few months ago. The Toyota dealership is down there and expanding. And to my mind, it doesn't mean that we want to tell the Ford dealership to go away. And it could be that car dealerships are evolving to more denser urban areas, and they're learning new ways to do their business, and that the Ford dealer in some incarnation, or maybe a new Tesla dealer coming in, that they're upsetting the whole spectrum of that business. They might be appropriate on San Pablo. But I think we could do both there. Okay. I liked your idea for a separate goal for Albany Hill and policies related to the Creekside Master Plan. The, the development impacts on public services, I had a couple of thoughts there. BART comes to mind. You talked about schools, fire, police. I'd add BART for one reason, for various reasons. And then I think at some point in this process, probably soon, we need to coordinate with the school district. That's my thought. I don't know if staff, if you're planning on that or not.
It's already happening.
Pardon?
We've started to make that
You've started doing that.
communication,
That's
yeah.
great, because you are talking about 600 and some new households. And I remember, in the 1992 general plan, the area where the middle school was a housing opportunity site. It was going to be 100 and some units of housing. I was very aware of it because I live near there, and I knew that was going to be a big multifamily development when Hill Lumber closed, and then boom, the school district just like overnight jumped in and took over that. They bought that land from the Hill family, and it never was for housing, and it completely changed our general plan. So I'm strongly in favor of trying to get something out of the school district to say, well, yeah, we probably will need a new school site, and we think this might be where it's going to go, or we'll need 2 new school sites. Very hard to deal with, very hard to do, and they probably don't have good answers either. But this is the time to get them thinking about it. Okay. Then you have a comment that a general goal and set of policies on the waterfront should be added either here or in a freestanding waterfront element. I agree with that. I don't know which way to do it. And I think that'll be looked at closely, and probably it might be controversial, but it may not. It may not. As long as we're not proposing for a huge amount of development down there. As long as we're not proposing to change the ballot measure requirement, it may not be an issue. That's about it for me. Any dissenting thoughts or adding thoughts? Additional thoughts?
Well, actually, you said something I want to clarify on in your presentation about the residential along San Pablo, and that we've changed the policy there. I think we've only changed the policy for inclusionary housing, or it wasn't
You're
just a
correct.
general?
Right, so what we've done is created policy language, not any, there's no ordinance change that's
Right.
happened at this point. Where there's policy language that would create an opportunity for affordable housing to have 100%, to have 100% residential affordable housing project, which wouldn't be possible under the current zoning. So if it was a market rate project, they'd still be subject to the ground floor non-residential requirement at this point in time.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that because
That's it, thank you for that clarification.
Should our general, it may be a zoning, maybe general plan issue, but I'll just throw out there, should we have a minimum density in our multifamily zones, minimum density per acre? I know this was something when we did the Solano Avenue nodes and such, we didn't consider density. We figured people would probably build what they could. And I'm wondering if that was the right strategy at this point, whether we should have said X number of units per acre on a minimum, right?
So we've actually done that in the housing element, again, not changing the ordinance, but the policy's now in place that says a minimum density of 20 units per acre on those 2 corridors, on San Pablo and Solano, so that if somebody came in to develop something, it would have to be at least 20 units per acre on both of those corridors.
Do we need to bring that in the general plan also? As part of
Yes, it should
Okay.
be in the land use element for consistency. I think it's in the definition of the category, so we would have that crossover language.
One of the other things that struck me in this whole conversation and policies and such is we don't have a policy about open space, say park open space or pocket parks or something like this that enhances a neighborhood. but it's not really a policy of the city to encourage development of those type of projects. And it may be we want to think about offering that as an offset to some density for development to come in. I'm not sure, but I just think that we need a policy that says to encourage the development of either pocket parks or parks in general, usable open space, not just open space on Albany Hill, which a lot of it's unusable.
Don't we have won't we have a recreational, parks and recreation element?
Right, so there'll be an element of the general plan that has policies on parks and recreation, and that topic will definitely be included.
Okay.
I don't know what the policy will say at this point, but that's going to be a subject for a future study session.
And just a comment, you mentioned something, and it's, I know these small pubs are popping up, and I'm not sure everybody agrees that they're good, because the use of the noise that comes out of there late at night, it changes the neighborhood. So keeping them more in a commercial zone might be beneficial.
Yeah.
One of the interesting things about Solano Avenue is that on one side, you go, I think, 2 or 3 lots in, it's still commercial, but on the north side, it's not.
Yeah.
And I've always heard, this is just urban legend in Albany, that's because Safeway goes back that far. So they drew a straight line through these residential units. So I'm wondering if we want to look at those lots as transitional lots rather than straight commercial lots. The thought was, at one time, if you combine the small frontage on Solano with some of the property behind you, you could build a bigger development, commercial development deeper, which would be something easier to develop. But I'm wondering if we want to start looking at some transitional uses along there to residential. And conversely, on the north side, we don't have that transition. So it's commercial stop residential. Should we look at zoning the first 2 lots there as a transitional property? Right now, we do have a lot of commercial.
But we just looked at Pomona last week, and there's transition there, because there's commercial buildings north of the church on both sides of the street.
It's commercial, but I think the lots are still zone residential.
Really?
I'd have to look on the zoning map, but.
Yeah.
But anyway, it was just interesting that maybe we do have in our code, our planning, the step down transitional between commercial and residential, but I don't know if we need to take another look at that. And I think I agree. I think that I know sustainability is important, but I think keeping the residential feel of our residential zones is important, and that should follow through whether it's a commercial use, or not a commercial, a mixed use or a residential higher density building should somehow reflect through the design the more the urban feel or the feel of a village or scale. And what worries me is that what I'm trying to get out is that you see these larger developments come in, they build right out to the sidewalk without stepping back and such. So we may want to encourage some type of transition from both the public right-of-way and the surrounding residential zones. We've never gone out and I'm just, and this is again, what keeps retail down on Solano Avenue? Is it the high rents? Is it no parking? I'm not sure. Sometimes I hear it's difficult for people to find parking, so businesses don't stay. And other times I hear that the rents go up so high that they're not financially feasible to stay. So I'm curious on what we actually have going on there in the commercial.
This is a bit anecdotal, but I don't know if you're familiar with Tony Kershaw. He owns quite a bit of property on Solano Avenue, and few months ago in casual conversation, this question was asked of him, and he basically indicated that the retailers have a hard go of it because of the competition that they have from online retailers. So it's harder for them to, basically keep a go of it when they're competing with other ways of shopping.
I've heard that, but you take, and I'm familiar with State Street in Santa Barbara, and it sure doesn't look like they're hurting. So what is the retail doing there that we couldn't do on Solano? I don't know. I don't know what the issue is, but I think that that's a very vibrant downtown, small commercial, our business zone.
If I can chime in, that's an excellent question that might be addressed through an action item in the general plan
Yeah.
that says do a market study or survey of merchants or retailers or owners along the Solano corridor to determine ways that the development standards or parking or something can change in the future to better meet their needs or something like that. And again, at the general plan level, we're probably not going to solve that conundrum, but we may address it in a policy. And the policy would be something like support and maintain retail on Solano Avenue.
Or subsidize. I know,
right.
I'm kind of jumping
No, I
between the
think
two.
that's
It's
good,
hard
though,
for me
but,
to keep focused on
Yeah.
just one when we're kind of
Yeah.
is a transitional thing between the
Yeah.
two.
Yeah.
But it would be interesting to, maybe we want to think about that in the next go-around of further discussion.
Yeah, you can buy things online so easily, but you can't get your hair cut online, and you can't go do your exercise online. And those are the kinds of uses that are coming into our community and our retail areas, the personal services kind of thing. And that, I think that's the future. Some retail can do well, and maybe they need bigger sites, or they need to be very specialized, and something like that, so. I think your idea is good, though. I think it's a real issue for Solano Avenue, and to a lesser extent, San Pablo Avenue, and that an action item that says the city should study the issue and do what we can to encourage more retail, or see if we can encourage more retail.
Maybe.
Would be good.
Maybe I'll withdraw
Yeah.
and just say, let's kick it upstairs to council and have
Yeah.
them
Yeah.
maybe do a study,
Yeah.
an actual study that we can figure out what's
Yeah.
going on there instead of everything we hear around town.
Yep. Okay, it's 8:30 now. How much time do we have left? I forgot what time we started this. Probably at 7:30?
Well, we have as much time as we want to give it, I suppose.
I suppose we do. We talked, we have, yeah.
Well, we could always hear one of the other items in front of it.
We have, because you have a number of, like 5 or
But
6
I have
slides
some
left of
comments
Well,
that-
yeah,
detailed
I'm
policy.
I'm done with the slides, so it's just a
Ah.
question of what feedback the commission would like to provide on the material that's been
In
presented.
so you did your audit of existing land use policy. You're not
Right.
going, you aren't going to expect us to go through that tonight?
No.
Ah,
We're not going to go through, so the audit is the appendix to the staff report, which was an evaluation of every policy in the existing plan. And I would encourage the commissioners, if there are specific comments in that material, to submit them by email to staff versus going through that tonight. I think we're
Okay.
probably looking at staying at the higher level in the bigger picture. What I'm
Okay.
going to be doing is coming back to you with a set of policies reorganized on these new topic areas with new goal statements. And there's a bit of a leap from where we are now to get to that point. So
Okay.
when I come back, there'll be more to go over at the next study session. But at this point, we're I think keeping it still at the fairly general level.
I just have a couple quick questions, just for my understanding of how things are classified. So when we're looking at University Village, UC Village, so I'm assuming they have a master plan that they're continuing to develop, and how does that get rolled into this?
That's an excellent question, and I'll say we haven't completely resolved the answer as to whether we treat University Village as a residential use or as a public use that happens to be residential. The difference is kind of subtle, but it's really, the bottom line is that there are some policies implicit in the UC Village master plan and we'll carry them into the general plan at whatever level of detail is appropriate. I don't know if they'll be under the residential policies or under the public facility policies. That's really the question at this point. It's shown as public on the map, not as housing.
When the UC housing went in, was that considered housing in Albany? Was Albany allowed to count that housing, or because it's private? In the past, when all of the married student housing went in, when UC.
When you say were we allowed to count it, you mean as for the housing element?
Yes.
So yes, we were allowed to count it because it is actually serving a special needs population, which is student families. And so it's an important resource, and it is counted as housing.
Okay, and then the second question I had is if you were to have this, like an in-home preschool program, is that home-based businesses, or is that something that would be quasi-public? Or so when things start to cross over, how do you kind of pull them apart? It's a similar question to the UC
Right.
Village.
Well, there's a regulatory answer to your question, and there's a policy answer, because regulatory, there's certain things you can't limit, small daycare centers under a certain number of children, but you might have a policy in the general plan that says when those facilities are permitted, ensure that they minimize their impact on adjacent uses, or that there's a permitting process that is set up so that you can evaluate and monitor the impacts that they have. So we're not really dealing with where they're allowed or where they're not allowed. That's more of a zoning issue, and it's actually, there's state laws that limit what you can say on that. But at a policy level, it's really just about how you take those uses and make sure that they're compatible and don't have negative impacts on the neighborhood.
Anything else?
Yeah, so I had comments. First comment is that having the presentation before the meeting would really help, and I think it would be good for the public too, because I think this presentation is just another format of what you've got in the staff report, but since you speak to that, it would be helpful to me to be able to speak to that as well, because I can't have it in front of me right now. In particular, the reorganization items were very interesting. I think that there could be probably some easy ways to share that. I think maybe you've had some challenges with putting them up on the website. I'm not sure, but even just sharing them as a Google Doc or some free online file sharing system would be great. If they can't get in the packet, getting them in the packet would be best. I want to address some of the things in the staff report and some of the things that came up in comments. I think the idea of a BART station has been floated by many people, and I think that we certainly can say that that's something that we would like to have, even no matter what BART considers it whether BART considers it viable or not. We have the opportunity to say, yeah, we would like that if BART ever considered it. So I'm finding kind of a inconsistency between some of the comments I've heard about the residential character and the business vibrancy. And by the way, I think what Barry was saying was that he didn't think that the wording residential character was appropriate, that preserving neighborhood character was more appropriate, because we are actually a mix of uses already. We are not purely residential. But with the emphasis on the residential character, but then also wanting vibrant business, I see those kind of as two opposing things. I think that if we want vibrant business, which I do, and revenue from that, then we need to address that in our plan and say, sure, preserve the neighborhoods, but let's make it not difficult also to have good retail development on Solano and San Pablo. And so some of the comments about not having the retail go too far into the side streets is kind of antithetical to that, I think. So I think we need to be careful about not squelching business opportunities. I think that, I don't think we have to do anything to preserve the residential character of Albany. I mean, nothing's going to happen to the miles and miles of streets that are single-family homes. It's no one's going to come by and replace those all of a sudden with a whole bunch of apartment buildings. We will always have that. So I don't think we need to emphasize that as much. In fact, I wouldn't even, if it were up to me, I wouldn't even emphasize the keeping the neighborhood character. I just don't think it needs to be stated that much. I think if anything needs to be stated, it needs to be that we're welcoming to vibrant retail. We did have a parks master plan, so I don't know if that's going to be, probably we're going to look at that when we do the parks open space element. And that was, I'm thinking it was fairly recent, but probably not so recent anymore. Maybe maybe 10 years old, I think. And as I mentioned, there's an active transportation plan that is fairly new, and that we'll be talking about that, I'm sure. And then getting back to what makes the retail work or not work, yeah, I think we can throw out all kinds of ideas, and we don't really know. I think some of it's the income. I think we see more vibrant retail at the upper end of Solano and Berkeley, where there's bigger houses and presumably higher income for people to be able to afford those bigger houses. So that might be some of it. I don't know that free parking, actually there's been a lot of studies that free parking would be antithetical to business, because what people want, if they want to park at a business, is they want open parking spaces. So giving free parking is antithetical to that, because that means that the parking spaces get filled up much more easily, and you don't have open spaces. That's why communities like San Francisco have models now where they charge for parking via in conjunction with how many people, how much parking demand there is, so that they make the parking fees higher when there's more demand, and therefore they guarantee a certain number of open spaces for people who do want to park. They will find a parking space, and they might have to pay more for it at that point. So I'm not sure that's something, but I certainly do want to be encouraging of good retail business. I'm glad I did have some comments on some of your table, but I will leave those for an email to staff then, as you directed. And one other thing was, in the staff report it says that UC Village is not going to be addressed for housing beyond the senior housing that's going in. However, the UC master plan does call for additional housing units. So I'm wondering about
Good point.
your thinking about not including those housing units that UC has in its master plan. I don't know if you want to comment about that right now.
What I would say on that is that we're still looking at how that master plan will meld with what's in the general plan. So it's an excellent point that we need to address, and thank you for the reminder.
Okay, great. And I think that does it. And I also would be in favor of combining the policies for San Pablo and Solano, but I wonder if there's anyone who can give us a little bit of historical background about why they were two different policies in the past. They are two different streets, but is there a reason why we address them with different policies? Does anyone know
I don't think
the
I do.
context?
No.
Well, yeah, San Pablo's always been looked at as a transit street,
Yeah.
and Solano not.
Mm-hmm.
So the thinking was that they would encourage some higher development, and the street along San Pablo is a lot wider. So the higher you go, the less impact you're gonna have with overshadowing. So the thought was that they really do represent two different types of uses. San Pablo, really, parking's parallel, wider streets, wider sidewalks, Caltrans right away. So I think at that point, we were looking at saying, San Pablo has one feel, Solano Avenue has a different
Yeah.
feel.
Joseph,
I think.
Okay, thank you for
I suspect,
that,
I
yeah.
think it was not, it's in that way in the current general plan. I think it was that way in the previous general plan. And in the old zoning, had it different zoning districts along
We
there.
actually
So-
increased the
So I
density.
think that, I think they actually have come closer than they were in the 60s, for example.
see,
I
I
think
see.
in the way that they're perceived and the way they're used.
Well,
I
I'm
really
in-
do.
Yeah, I would just, again, to clarify, there will still be policies that deal with the unique issues on each of those corridors that are different. My point was that the goals for each of those corridors are pretty much the same goal, just with a different street name.
I see.
And when you get to the policies, there's a lot of redundancy and overlap. In some
Yeah.
cases, it's the same policy repeated,
see.
literally,
Yeah.
again, for that corridor. So it just seemed that having a broader goal about having a vibrant commercial presence and then having specific policies on each street would make more sense.
Okay, yeah.
Say
I'm
words.
interested in that, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, all right.
Thank you.
Okay.
Those are for my comments.
I have one last comment I had thought about, see it in my notes here going on the audit. I think back to your first presentation with all the demographics. And one slide that really stuck out in my mind was the one about the economic diversity of Albany. I was really surprised to see that, like, we had approximately 17% high income and 17% low income. We had like 4 quartiles that were really all very, very close to each other. I mean, very diverse, economic diversity. And I suspect that not many communities are that way. And I'm inclined to say that I think that's a good thing. It's a good thing. And that it's probably one of the characteristics that we, in many more ways than one, makes Albany the way Albany is, and we don't really hard to see that or how to put a daily kind of label on that, living label on that. But I bet that that's an underlying factor of kind of why Albany is the way Albany is, and I'd like to see that. I think it's a good thing. I'd like to see it continued forward. And as we go through the general plan, I mean, we have elements in the housing element, talking about providing income, affordable housing, It's important for us to stay that course and to keep that up. It's also important for us to make sure that we don't lose all of the high-income people for whatever reason. I think we've done something right, probably accidentally, but I think it's part of what makes us a good community, and I think there's some keys in there to what would continue to make us a vibrant community, provide a good place to live for all kinds of people, not just sort of one stratus of the economic spectrum. I think it's better. I think diversity is better than singularity. I don't know where that can be incorporated in the general plan. Probably can't, but
Goal.
yeah.
I had one last thought, and there was a comment made about establishing design guidelines for the San Pablo corridor, and I don't know, one thought, and I don't know if this has been passed around in the past, but kind of identifying the specific neighborhoods in Albany and defining characteristics. So the, not just San Pablo, but Solano, Albany Hill, like having kind of a little guide of, you know, even the commercial zone, what are characteristics that we want to encourage in each of those neighborhoods so that they have a distinct characteristic, but it's still Albany.
Good idea.
So we scope of design guidelines for both districts?
Well, for all the districts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
For various districts, yeah. Could probably use it in CMX.
That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking, you know,
yeah, sure.
the corrugated metal siding,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
you know, the industrial quality that's there, kind of taking that to the next level.
It's a very good, I think it's a very good idea. Be a big project.
It would be a big project.
It'd be an interesting project, so.
Anyway,
But, you know, we
I
do
don't
have
know
the
how that
San
would fit
Pablo
into your
design
head.
guidelines, and the San Pablo was a good study. It was done a long time ago now, but it's really helped. It helped when we were doing the zoning ordinance. It helped, it was the first place where we learned about the concept of nodes, and those kinds of studies can put plant some important seeds. We've used those guidelines as a fallback for just about everything we've had on San Pablo.
well, there's certain neighborhoods that have more McGregors than others.
That's right.
And
That's right.
what the specific details
No.
are for those.
No. I think that's a good idea. Okay, all right. Are we done then? Staff, anything more?
Yes, I don't know if there's any public comment on this.
Oh, yes, that's right. Is there any public comment on the slides or on the presentation or the discussion that we've had so far about the land use element of the general plan? Would certainly like to open it up. Commercial recreation.
Ken Friedman, representing Albany Mall Properties. Where to start? I mean, I think we'll start with a question of Barry, because I want to make sure I didn't misunderstand. When you said 20 units per acre minimum, was that for any form of development on that corridor, or just if residential is part of the component?
That is if you include residential in your
Okay,
project.
I didn't mishear
Yeah.
it then. Okay. Because as you know, it's important from my perspective,
Yeah.
being, well, this is in reference to San Pablo in general, but I do represent a large chunk of it, so.
Yeah, you do.
It's one of those rare parcels that's close to El Cerrito Shopping Center, close to BART, so it could be all commercial, it could be all residential, it could be any combination thereof.
Yep.
And I'll say, as I've always said every time I come here, please keep all those options open, because you just never know what the market will bring you.
Yeah.
And some of the things I've seen happen in the past when this process goes on is the creation of guidelines that become too rigid, where you lose flexibility. Example would be
Yeah.
on the issue of transitional zones, say Adams or Keynes.
Uh-huh.
You have different circumstances in those transition zones,
Yeah.
where you're dealing with limitations on height or setback, where you maybe, the issue is single-story homes, but places where there's already pre-existing multi-level units already, or where you're behind a hill. Allow yourself flexibility for those kind of circumstances. But I really like the focus on trying to attract more retail development, more commercial development. Yes, the internet makes a difference, but when I'm approached by people who want to convince me to try to change use, which is economically hard for me to justify right now, parking does matter, and it does make a difference. It is the reason why, in my opinion, some businesses don't do well on San Pablo Avenue or on Solano, because, I mean, it's the reason I don't go into the city very often, for example. It takes me 20 minutes to get to the city and an hour to find a parking place. I'm not saying Albany is that bad, but there is a factor. So the people that approach me on our site, which happens to be big enough to attract some major retailers, parking is an issue. And I'm not totally focused on commercial only. I like the idea of having the ability to go into a residential someday. But right now, I think you need more incentives for that to happen. So some of the things that I saw in here in Barry's write-up that I really liked to point out was carrying over the existing language I believe he had on page 2, LU 2.5A. That language, I think, is helpful, and maybe it needs some modification. The last time that policy was reviewed, my concern was that they had the PRC oversee, and there was some ambiguity over what the implications of that was. Does that mean, oh, by implication, that means it has to be all residential, or residential has to be? And I think it needs to be clear that you have these choices. The other idea that I've always liked, that I would hope, I guess maybe, I hope I'm not being too narrow-minded in this concept, but the idea of nodes, San Pablo and Solano could be, I suppose. The problem there I see is you have too many small ownerships. It'd be hard to create an assemblage. But if you could have policies that are conducive to assemblage, I don't know how you do that, but that would be good. In my own case, we already have an assemblage that is close to BART and major retail. So I would certainly be in favor of something that enabled more density, more height, notwithstanding the density bonus. If the issue is, again, transition, well, then you have to take into consideration not just the fact that there may be single-family houses that you're bumping up against, but there's topography there, there's other, I'm not sure if it's true of all of Adams or Keynes, but is there multifamily zoning on those streets? I can't recall. So you have some areas where this 20-foot height setback light plane maybe shouldn't necessarily apply, and maybe that's solved with PUD. I don't know. I'm not an expert in this, but I'm just saying keep an open mind on those kind of issues if you really want to stimulate redevelopment in some of these places on San Pablo Avenue. I like the idea of balancing out the city's objectives, balancing between promoting housing and promoting commercial and promoting tax-based sustainability and promoting jobs. So really that's about all. I think this is pretty good analysis. I want to thank you for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Is there anyone else who'd like to address the commission on the land use element? Seeing none, then I will close the public hearing and thank Barry and everyone else for their participation.
Thank you.
So, and when will we see you next, and sort of, or what will the topic be coming up?
We're tentatively scheduled to talk about transportation at our next meeting.
Okay.
And we will either do that, or I'll come back with more fleshed out policy language, and maybe a little bit of both.
Okay. Okay.
I
great.
know we wanted to go to the Transportation Commission, rather Traffic and Safety as well, with transportation policies, so we'll work that out.
All right. Great. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Moving on to back to our agenda then. The next item on the agenda is 7A, and I believe this has been continued. Do we have a staff report or anything like that on that?
We're going to bring it back to you on April 9th. At that time, we'll give you the full
Okay.
staff report and the plan revisions.
All right. So that would be for design review for a project at 1111 Cornell. All right. So there's no action on that. The next one then.
Other than to continue it to a date certain.
Do we need a vote to continue it?
Yeah, I
then?
move to continue that item
All
to
right.
a date certain, April 9th.
Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All right, so it's been continued. The next item then is planning application 14-0007, design review, a parking exception and a variance for 1501 Visalia Avenue and a second-story addition. Do we have a staff report?
Yes. Before you this evening is a request for 3 different project entitlements associated with 1501 Visalia. The entitlements include design review to add a first level and second-story addition, a parking reduction to allow 1 off-street parking space, and a variance to allow reduced setbacks to accommodate the new addition. The subject site is a 3,450 square foot lot with an existing 951 square foot single-story home which was built in 1940. The existing structure has 2 bedrooms and 1 bathroom. There is an existing detached garage, which is proposed to be demolished as part of the project scope. The Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the project as part of a study session on October 30th last year. At that time, the commission provided feedback to the applicant with design modifications. Some of these changes included mitigate neighbor concerns that were brought to the commission's attention, modify the proposed hip roof design on the addition to something in character with the existing home, and lastly, to reduce the building volume to preserve sunlight. So the applicant worked quite diligently with their next-door neighbor to mitigate the concerns that were brought to you. And so before you this evening are the revised plans. In brief, the applicant has changed the project to have a sloped roof design over the stairwell. The second floor balcony has been designed to have a cable railing. With changes to the roof and balcony, the west elevation is a bit less bulky than what you previously saw. And the curb cut will remain unchanged. Previously, there was some mention that it may be modified. To give you a visual, this is from the staff report. So this elevation right here is what you looked at before. This was the roof line and the bulk that was identified by the commission as needing some modification. And so this is what the applicant has come back with. Here is the cable guardrail for that second-story balcony, and as you can see, the roof line has been lowered significantly. This not only addressed the commission's concern about bulk, but it also helped with the shade concerns that were presented by the next-door neighbor. And you received via email and letter on Monday from that next-door neighbor expressing support for the project as it has been redesigned. So that concludes the staff report. We've included conditions of approval as well as findings for approval, and recommend that you take an action of approval on this project.
Okay. Any questions of staff? All right. Applicant, Howard, do you have anything would you like to make a presentation from the applicant?
I'll probably keep it short unless there are questions. Be happy to answer any of them. But hard to believe it was 6 months passed since I was here for the initial study session. I thought we came out of that session with a lot of input, and primary among that input was work with the neighbors and see what you can work out, because we are asking for a treatment of a portion of the back property line to be a side property line. And there's a lot of good reasons for doing that, and I think in that letter that I sent, it pretty well spells it out. But the neighbor who is immediately across the fence, and by the way, across the city line and across the county line, were concerned, and they were concerned about the stair, which is the part that comes closest to the property line, and the shadow it might cause. So there's been a number of meetings with the neighbor. Shadow studies have been done. Changes to the design, more shadow studies, more meetings. And so finally, I'm happy to say that there's been an agreement reached, and the neighbor's we're pleased that the neighbor can now support the project.
Okay.
Beyond that, it's a modest addition. We're nowhere near the FAR. We're nowhere near the height limit. Everything is kept as low as practical, and pretty much in keeping with the, I guess, English cottage style is what we're calling it, which seems appropriate. Anyway, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions for Howard? Okay,
Thank you.
Is there anyone in the room tonight who would like to address the commission on this item, 1501 Visalia? I see no one, so I will close. I guess I'll open and then close the public hearing on 1501 Visalia and bring it back to the commission. Anyone care to start? So discussion?
Maybe I can speak to it because David and I were here the night that they were, that it was discussed, and he
Yeah.
was fairly in support of the footprint, and my concern was having the 5-foot separation between the staircase and the property line on behalf of the neighbor, and since that was a variance item, I was less inclined to support it. But I'm glad to hear that the neighbor is now, they've come to some agreement with that. So that was where we landed. I do like that the bulk of the bedroom upstairs, the railing has been minimized. I think that's a nice detail. It adds a little bit of, I don't know, it'll add more light to the bedroom and a little bit more character to the house. And I appreciate that you've brought the volume of the stair down. So I would be generally in support of this.
Bill?
Oh, one other thought. So the parking space, I was also concerned that we didn't have 2 parking spaces, but I know in Albany we're moving to fewer spaces, but in this case I was using the second space to get the staircase away from the property line and saying that I felt that they need it. So it's typically we have the space, the car space starting from the front wall of the house and back, and in this case it doesn't. So I'm confused about how we're treating the lot line. Is this the side yard or the rear yard in terms of where the parking space fits in? And is that included in the use permit to allow front yard parking?
Front yard?
I think in this case, we're considering it
Side
a rear yard. Reason being and actually, bear with me for just a second.
So Curtis, we're treating that as a side yard?
Yeah, so the house fronts onto Visalia, so actually, the site plan. Yeah, so this is the front of the house. So the side yard setbacks here are 5 feet and I believe 15 feet on this side, so this is the rear yard.
Okay, I might circle back around with some additional thoughts, but I think
Okay.
Phil is eager to go.
Okay. Bill?
Yeah, Howard, I can't support it. And the reason I can't support it is you're creating your own requirement for parking reduction by putting the stair, where if you didn't have the garage there, you could have tandem parking. I know it's covered, and I know where the city's kind of heading about parking on houses, but we don't have that in our ordinance yet. This is an exact similar case to one about 4 years ago, which we told Jarvis Architects to go back and redesign it, because they widened the kitchen into where they had their 2-car tandem parking space that was available. And we told them at that time, you cannot create the requirement by your design for the parking reduction, when by removing the garage, you could get tandem parking in. So this is very difficult because to be consistent, I would have to say that you cannot create your own need for a parking exception by putting the stair out in that way. If there was another way to put the stair so that you could keep or develop 2 tandem parking spots, then I think you needed to look at that as opposed to create your own exception. So that's what's happened here, is by the design of the stair, you're creating the need for an exception for 2 parking spots. So I think that's hard to justify in my mind, and we were consistent for years about saying you cannot create your own your own parking exception requirement by the design of your house if there was a way to design it, such as if it was a 25-foot wide lot, then we might consider it because there's some hardships on a 25-foot wide lot. But here, by sticking the stair out, you're cutting off the ability to put tandem parking. So,
We did look at, well, could you put up a floor plan?
yeah.
So that was one of the arguments that we discussed. sorry, she's pulling up the
I've
floor
got
plan.
the floor
And
plan
oh,
here.
okay, so one thought, one thought that I had recommended was moving the stairwell into that family room corner and then eliminating it. But David argued that, it's a small lot. It's a modest addition.
But you're still creating your own
You're still creating-
need for,
right.
and so that, I mean, I can go for the variance. I understand the need, and I can agree that the configuration of this lot warrants a variance because of the setbacks, and our kind of skewed way of this lot is actually,
So you're in support of the variance, but
I'm in
not of
support of the
the
variance,
second parking space?
but is there a way, the question is there a way to put that stairway in that then you could develop 2 tandem parking spots? And I have to think there is. And, again, it just gets back to parking exceptions, one thing. At what point do we say you got to stop creating your own not variances, but your own exceptions to the rules? And to be consistent, we've told people in the past, you cannot create your own exceptions. So,
No, I remember Leo.
You don't think that,
I hate to be inconsistent because we sent these other people back
I think
saying.
I think I understand your argument, but you don't think that the requirement for a variance kind of trumps that?
Well, or
It
the,
is such a small and odd-shaped site, and a difficult one to work with.
Well, you're talking about a 20-foot setback as opposed, but yes, in this case, the setbacks and the shape of the lot are what's creating the variance. And that's unusual enough that you can justify that.
I think variances are a real big deal, but I think
I
in
do
this
too.
case, I can support it.
I do too. But
Yeah.
then to
And I
put
missed the
your-
discussion, I'm sorry, I missed the discussion the first time I was here.
But then to put your stairwell out to that space,
I hear your argument,
Well, and
and
that's,
it's fine to think that in a situation where where we're dealing with a variance is going to be required under just about any circumstance of expanding this home,
separate
then
them.
I'm inclined to look at, does the design whole work? And is it appropriate? And I think they've been through a lot to try to make it work with the neighbors, so.
But how do you justify?
I'm not very bothered by just having one parking space.
But how do you justify it? I mean, that's, I'm looking for a justification here because they're creating their own need for a reduction.
but they're creating the requirement for a variance as well, and a variance is much more
No,
severe.
We're giving them a variance, saying we're reducing the setbacks. That's
I
one thing.
tie them together.
Right, but-
Well, I don't see how you
We
can
would
tie
be
them together.
willing to give them the parking space. It's actually, it's a hardship as well because the square footage of it on this lot impacts significantly. So I understand what you're saying about they could put this.
Okay. Let me be blunt about this.
Mm-hmm.
They have to create it, they don't have to park there. But you can't say, I can't create it because I've got a stairwell sticking into the space when I put the stairwell there.
I know, I was fighting for that as well. I was telling them that they could do an exterior garden patio, that they could.
No, but again, I mean, as an
It's
architect, how
funny
do you
because
create?
David was fighting me on it the whole time.
I know he does, but I mean, I don't know how, as an architect, you justify creating your own need for parking exceptions, or any exceptions to the rules.
Yeah.
Because you're creating the design. If there was a way to say, yes, the stair does not work in any other configuration than what I have it, then you can call that a justification.
I understand, but the design is also calling for the variance. It's calling for both of them. They're creating it in both
The
situations.
design's not calling for the variance, the reduced setbacks are calling for the variance.
Nick has.
Yeah.
I think your Commissioner Moss's points are valid. Nonetheless, I can support this project given the odd shape of the lot. I wouldn't want to see any more hardscape on the lot that would be required to park a second car. And I don't discount your points at all, Commissioner Moss, but I'm inclined to support the project.
How can you say, I don't want to see hardscape, so I'm going to reduce the parking? I mean, that's not even part of the code. I mean, I'm sorry, but, you know, you can't just randomly change the code. The parking is the parking requirement. And because you don't want to see hardscape, you're saying, I'm not going to require the parking? I mean, that's what I'm hearing. Am I wrong?
I'm saying your points are valid, and I'm saying that the odd shape of this lot allows me to support this project as it is.
Okay. And again, I go back to my same, I just really want to go on record this because I can see this happening on more and more of these cases.
Yeah.
Where a designer comes in and says, I feel like putting a stair there. It is an odd-shaped lot, but it can be designed to work. You know, but if we're going to go that direction on the planning commission, I think it's a very dangerous position to take, is that there's no justification for this. You're saying it's an odd-shaped lot. There's a lot of odd-shaped lots, but you don't create your own requirements for exceptions to any rules.
No, I hear you. It's a good point. I hear you.
Yeah.
I just don't understand it.
Yeah.
I mean,
Well, it's a 3,400 square foot lot, right?
it's not a small lot.
Yeah. No,
It's
it's
an
not.
odd-shaped lot, but it's not small.
No, it's not a super small lot. It's a medium-sized lot, but it is a very, very strange shape. And it's a corner lot, which makes it even, also makes it difficult. Yeah.
That's what I say. I can justify the variance for the setbacks because of that situation.
Yeah.
But I cannot justify in any sense that you create your own requirements for an exception.
I know, I hear you on that
I
too.
mean, if
I
we
hear you
get-
on that
if
too.
our rule is one parking spot per
I hear you on that
that's
too,
fine.
but I'm inclined to think that we need to look at the variance as a kind of as a whole thing here.
Tie it together for me then.
And
How do
I
you
have-
grant a variance and an
Yeah.
exception?
I haven't seen, I don't know, not being an architect, I don't know. I'm not prepared to sort of redesign it for them and say, this is what you need to do to get your second parking space, but, and I guess you did discuss it.
Oh, yeah, we
at the-
did. I had Commissioner Moss's argument.
Yeah,
I'm just flabbergasted that we're creating I mean,
okay. Could I ask another question that you may have the answer for? I think this is like in the floodplain zone because it's right on the creek there, but the creek's underground now. Are there any issues related to that?
No, it is in the watercourse overlay district. You are correct. We checked our maps. The creek is actually culverted north of this property. It's actually culverted in Contra Costa County on Kensington.
And so we're not worried about the creek overflowing or flooding at this point?
No,
then?
not at this point.
Okay, all right, because there's no conditions about that or anything?
Right.
Okay, all right, that's good then, all right. I guess, is there any more discussion on this, or should we?
Well, maybe we take
Call
one
for a
more pass
motion.
at this. So it's up against the county and the city line.
Right.
And we're willing to give them a variance because of the odd-shaped line, and what I'm hearing is that there's consistency amongst that. I think because of the odd-shaped lot, I would be willing to do a parking exception, and I know they're creating it. I know that they're creating the oddity of this, in this situation. But its location in Albany, its location on this lot, because it's a key lot, the property is set back. Otherwise, the staircase will have to go in further into the backyard and eat up more of their open space. I agree that this location of the stair kind of mitigates that. It gives them, instead of the open space being parking lot, an extension of the parking lot, the open space is shifted to the backyard. And as we're willing to go with the variance, which is a much more aggressive kind of motion for us to take, parking exception seems easy. I don't know. And I understand that we're creating, and I know, you disagree.
Yeah.
I understand the arguments that but it's not a small lot. And this is, if somebody walked in here with a house on a standard size lot and said, I want to put a bay window out the side of my driveway,
We would all say no.
Say no.
and so how's this different?
Because of its location, because they're asking for us to look at the site, to look at this particular site, and we're here to make a judgment call with all of the variables that are in front of us. And what I see is its location in Albany is somewhat unique. Its location on the site because it's shifted to the side because it is a key lot, and the shape of the lot make it much more difficult to have open space in the backyard. And so what they're trying to do is create a backyard zone. And so I would be willing to give them the parking exception. Also, because it is a key lot, it has more parking along the perimeter. It's not like it has just the one spot in front. It has additional street parking, which makes it all that much more approvable. If it was, anyway, so.
Okay, well, to that point, we can justify that. If a parking study's done and it shows that there's available street parking, which hasn't been done. So I agree that if there's, this has got a lot of parking in front, you can justify it by saying there's adequate street parking to do the parking reduction. Then you can make findings for that, and I probably would support it. What I can't support is the fact that if that stair wasn't there, they could easily do 2 off-street parkings, and they meet our conditions of our code. My concern is not necessarily a project like this, but it's every other project we're going to get, we have to justify this.
Well, we would justify it because they
You
have a
can't-
standard size lot, they have,
It's not that easy.
That's what we do. We
It's-
justify variance or we don't allow the variance.
I think
There's reasons for both.
You're skating on thin ice on that one because, everybody has a special lot here in Albany. I just think that, if a parking exception is acceptable, I think that a parking study should have been done and a justification for that. Now, if you want to circumvent that, that's fine. And say that.
So is that your recommendation to have
The
a
staff
parking
finds
study
that
done?
there's enough, if staff wants to say that there's enough, or the planning commission wants to go out and go out on a limb and say that historical evidence shows there's enough parking, and that a parking exception is granted because there's adequate parking per the exception in the code, then you've justified what's in our code. But to just say because he built this, I wants to build it there, and wants more backyard, is really not a justification for a parking exception.
So would you be willing to approve this if it had the parking study?
As I said, if they can prove that it has adequate parking, then it falls in our code. It follows the guidelines of our code to ask for the exception.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't want people to create their own exceptions. So what I'm saying, there is a way out of this,
Okay.
and that's the way out of it.
What would it entail to do? Is that Ann going out there?
Yeah, I mean, generally when we do parking surveys, it entails staff going out and doing a walking radius within 500 feet of the subject site. More typically, we do that for businesses in our commercial districts. It's very unusual for us to do that and solely for a residential project, but we certainly can.
Yeah, it's in our code. You can grant a parking exception if there's adequate parking. And I'm sorry, I'm being a stickler for a rule.
There's interpretation too. I mean, there's some of this is, we're here to use our discretion. And
Disagree with that. Disagree with you. But I'm just saying that we can grant the exception if we make the findings. We haven't made the findings other than it's an odd-shaped lot, and we feel that we want them to have more landscaping. That's not a justification in our code, I'm just saying.
Can we add that finding? That
I think you could, I don't think you need to do a study. I think you can do the historical representation that there's enough parking.
Homeowner win.
Okay.
I was able to park when I went out there, but.
I have too.
Good evening. Thank you for hearing this. Robert DeRosario, I'm the property owner for 1501 Visalia. I'm actually a transportation planner by profession, so I can
You are?
speak about parking occupancy. So typically how you do parking occupancy studies is exactly how Ann had mentioned. You walk the blocks, and then you do certain times, right? So you look at 9 a.m., you look at 2 p.m., you look at evening time, and you see what type of parking availability you have for the residents. So yes, I haven't done that exact study, but I have been, I park there every day. Well, I don't park, I actually take transit, but our cars and everyone else's cars in the neighborhood, they all land in the same exact spot every single night. So there's no issue with parking. There's nothing about anyone circulating to find parking. There's no type of parking congestion of any sorts in this area.
I understand, and I don't think there is. But our code is specific that says if a parking study is done, and there finds adequate parking, then we can grant an exception to the parking requirement. That's the path I'm trying to take, rather than giving a parking exception because the designer put a stair in where the second parking could have
Sure,
gone.
understood.
So you can see, I understand what you're saying, but our code is our code. Maybe I'm not bending because I've seen other situations like this where we've said, redesign it. So I'm just trying to be consistent here, and so you can say there's plenty of parking. I don't disagree with you.
Right.
And if you walked up and told staff what the parking loads were, they would probably include it.
Can staff verify that that's the language of the code, that a parking study needs to be done? I hoped you had it right on the top of your head, but I guess not. Okay.
Well, it's section 2028 of the code.
States that parking exception can be granted if adequate.
Would you
Off-street
talk about, were other locations of the stairs studied?
Yeah, we looked at it. I don't know how you want to take it, or I can discuss it either way.
Yeah, if we tore the building down and built a new building, we could probably arrange to fit 2 parking spaces. But we're dealing with an existing building here. We're building with, we're trying to preserve some rooms. A kitchen is located in a certain place. We'd like to have a window in the kitchen. The house is situated in a certain way. We'd like to have some semblance of a backyard. You know, we have a family with some kids, and they like to have a place to play. I think everybody in this room understands that when you bend over backwards to create 2 tandem parking spaces, you don't get 2 cars. What we will have is an improvement of the situation in that right now there is no real parking on the site, and now there will be. And also it's a lot that has, look at the on-street parking. Like there's 3 on-street parking spaces in front and on the side of the house, which is 2 more than most houses have. So I don't understand the focus on parking, to be honest.
Try to follow this, Howard. I'm going to try to explain it again. Our code does not allow what you're doing. Okay? There are justifications in our code for an exception. I'm asking you to meet those justifications. That is black and white what happens here. If I grant you this without the grounds, then anybody else in the city could ask for the same thing, and we'd have to grant it to them because, you know.
Can we get an update from staff? I think
Yeah.
staff has.
As I mentioned before, when we typically do a walking survey, we do that for commercial businesses looking to locate on Solano or San Pablo. And in fact, the code is very specific that it applies solely to non-residential uses. So
That's
in
what
this
I
case,
thought.
it would not
I
be
was wondering
applicable
about
to.
that. Parking, we've only done parking surveys in non-residential.
All right.
Right,
Okay.
for non-residential
When
uses.
we've granted exceptions before, there was a physical reason why we've granted them.
Well, I'm
And
ready.
in this case, the thing that we identified was that basically you would have a diminished amount of usable space on the property because you would be going further into the rear yard to create 2 tandem spaces. Given the shape of the lot, you know, as you can see, they're already fairly limited in their usable outdoor space.
Yeah. I'm ready to move forward with
I-
this. I
I-
still
I'll
support it.
accept the motion.
And I call the question.
I'll accept the motion.
There's been a second to the motion?
Let me actually move it officially. I'll move PA 14-007 design review parking exception and variance for 1501 Visalia Avenue, second story addition.
Is there a second?
There's a second.
We have a motion and a seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
And all opposed? Phil?
I'm opposed, and for the reasons stated above, and for the reasons
Yep.
I do believe it would be simple to put a stairway alongside this house, parallel to the existing garage, up to the second floor without having to sacrifice parking. So, in
Okay.
my mind, they haven't met the standards of the city of Albany in their code.
Okay. All right. What this means is that your project has been approved, and there's a 14-day appeal period. Could be appealed to the city council. If not, at the end of that 14 days, our decision will be final. Okay, thank you very much. Great. The next item on the agenda is 638 Evelyn. This is planning application 2014-326. Is there a staff report?
Yes, good evening. Again, before you is a request for a design review, conditional use permit, and parking exception for a second-story addition at 638 Evelyn. The existing home is 851 square feet on a 2,500 square foot lot, although this lot is 50 by 50, not 25 by 100, so it is rather constricted in terms of being able to meet the required setback standards. As part of the project, the applicant is proposing to remove a previously unpermitted addition. They would lift the existing house, reconfigure the existing first floor to include one bedroom and one bathroom, create a new stairway, and then an second floor, which will be 705 square feet. As was discussed before, the space at this time is anticipated to be used for the occupant, who is an artist, so they will be doing the bulk of their work on that upper level and will live on the lower level, or have their living quarters on the lower level. Altogether, this will result in a 1,467 square foot home with a reduced height. Actually, it will now be 23 feet 6 inches. The applicant is seeking a conditional use permit to extend non-conforming walls and a parking exception to allow for the one off-street parking space in the front yard setback. At the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting of February 12th, the commission provided design feedback to the applicant and had a list of suggestions, which included centering the front bay detail on the front elevation, raising the trellis that was proposed on the front elevation, adding depth to the trellis and having it project further out from the wall face. Consider adding a band around the exterior of the home for articulation. Consider including the existing diamond pattern on the new exterior of the home, and providing roof deck details, including the handrail detail. Staff met with the applicant to review the proposed changes, which they prepared in response to the commission's comments. Upon receiving revised plans, staff forwarded those plans to Commissioner Eisenman to solicit any additional feedback that would be warranted. Included is an extensive list of plans, and just to give you a little more context, this is the elevation that you looked at on February 12th. And this is what is before you this evening, so you can see it's been pretty significantly modified. As I mentioned, the overall building height has been reduced by 2 feet. That trellis detail has been eliminated. Clay tile roof is proposed to remain, and also wrap around the roof of the home. The front door, which previously had been on the side, has been relocated to the front of the home. There's a new canopy entry with column details right here over the front entrance. The diamond pattern that was previously, or is currently on the home that hadn't been in the plans previously, is now included, as you can see on this front elevation detail. There is new exterior lights and an overhang. The second-story windows are centered on the front of the home. So for this evening, certainly we're soliciting your feedback. We've also included draft conditions of approval and project findings if you feel you can come to a conclusion and take action on this. The applicant is here this evening, and certainly I'm happy to answer questions.
Good. Thank you. Any questions of staff at this point? Let me see, I thought I had something. On the staff report on page 5, there's still a reference to the 3-foot stucco wall at the front of the property. Hasn't that been deleted?
That's been eliminated.
That's been deleted, yeah, okay. Yeah, all right. All right, that's good. Would the applicant's representative like to address the commission? Okay. Pardon me?
The drawing just gets so distorted. That, and there's a small awning that is missing.
Oh, on this side here.
Oh, I see.
So the side, scroll, you'll see the side elevation.
All right, I see. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
So that might be helpful.
All right.
That is helpful.
So we
That
really
is
Right
good.
there.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, that looks, okay.
Yeah, it looks a little squatty and distorted out there.
Okay.
So I just wanted to not get into what we've
And
done.
this is,
Hello,
oh, this is
commissioners.
on this north, the north, here's the north elevation. Do you have it, Phil?
Thank you.
It's a little different?
Commissioner Eisman, for reviewing that for us prior to this meeting this evening. We listened to your comments and suggestions, and my client was very interested in trying to fit in and
Yeah.
make the details work as best she could afford. And I'm hoping that we've come up with a palatable rendition that keeps in the neighborhood and the architectural details, and it's something that you can approve this evening.
Yeah.
Because she would very much like to live in Albany and get underway. And so it's
Yeah.
Spanish eclectic, we've kept it that way. We have added awnings for details. Since the side of the house that's over the garage where that deck is going to be visible, we thought it'd be nice to add some extra details on that side. We can do nothing with the rear of the house. It's the 2-foot, walkway in the back, so we just left that blank. There was no reason for an articulation on the south side because of the overhang. So we're hoping that we've pleased you this evening.
Okay, okay. I'll make a comment if I can. I think the commission did not do you a real good service last time. We really struggled with this, as you knew. It's hard to make decisions and talk with the people, and I felt after the meeting that we left you with a lot of uncertainty, and I wasn't sure how it was going to proceed from there. A lot of unclear and maybe even conflicting directions and hints.
Well, I appreciate that.
I'm really pleased that you went with staff, that staff talked to Stacy, and Stacy got involved, and
Yeah.
I hope that was helpful. I
It
think
was very nice to
I
be-
wasn't happy with the way that our discussion went, even though it went on for 45 minutes. It was hard to resolve. We clearly were struggling with
Yeah.
your previous design.
No, I
and
understand
It was
that,
very
and I can
hard
see
for
the
us to
masses.
deal with, yeah.
And I also understand that sometimes in the drawings, which are not as accurate as they should have been, caused some of the comments that came up.
Yep.
But
Okay.
regardless of that, but I know this is going to be a kind of a side topic. Just for the reason that the client has the front door now on the front of the house, so many of the McGregor homes in Albany have a side entrance.
Oh, many do.
Yeah.
That's true.
So I was just curious as to why that was such a bailiwick last time, and that we've,
For me, it's a big deal, and
to have it
and I think
Well,
it's
it's in our
I think
design
it's in our
guidelines.
design
Yeah.
guidelines.
to now have it in the front?
It's in our, we
Even though the
prefer the,
McGregors are
yeah,
there? Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, we
Well,
prefer
that was
the
a little-
front.
That was there was a.
And when I saw
miss
your
on that one.
redesign, I was very pleased that that message that I was trying to make had gotten across, and I
Yes.
understand your client's concerns about that and desire to have a side entrance. But yeah, we're not very happy with those small side entrance homes, and we have many of them on the smaller lots,
Yeah.
and they don't look right. And I
Yeah.
think that's been the consensus of past commissions as well.
Well,
Yeah.
let me justify.
With that respect, I have a question for you.
Well, I don't want to get off that
Okay,
subject.
go ahead.
I think that, unfortunately, I know I was one that mentioned that, and the side entrance is really acceptable. It wasn't, what was discussed was there was no, like the McGregors have either a small roof or something over those side entrances. And you did not want to put anything over on that side entrance.
She has no yard, right?
Whatever, I'm just
Yeah.
saying,
Yeah.
either do the small McGregors.
Yeah,
But that's what makes the difference between a McGregor and
Got
what
it.
you were doing
got it.
was the fact that they had a roof, the McGregors had a roof or some type of entrance on the
Right, a
side
portal
that
into it.
defines
Something
where
that
the
says
entrance
entrance.
is.
Yeah, I understand that.
And that is in our plan code,
Yeah.
so
Got
I
it.
understand, I think it was,
Well, I
Now-
appreciate for that clarity,
Now,
thanks.
with your current design, let me ask a question. It's probably a landscaping question, but I look at that and I see a pretty open space. I see that area on both sides of that door calling out for some landscaping. And there's a lot of blank wall there. You have small windows in the front, because you have a kitchen, which is
And-
unusual.
Right.
And I got a bedroom on the other, very unusual. Can you talk a little bit about?
Yeah, I can.
what the
Basically, there's a
intention is there?
2.5-foot drop to the lateral, so we cannot put, well, to make this house a level in, to make it ADA accessibility, so that she doesn't have to have a step up,
Uh-huh.
we cannot put the plumbing any further back than it is because of the way
Oh.
we're a civil engineering firm as well.
Uh-huh.
So we went and we did a search on the lateral. It's 2.5 feet down where her
Right,
connection is.
right, yeah.
So we don't have any option based on the run that we need to get the plumbing to work.
Plumbing in the front. of the-
Yeah,
near-
yeah, we want it to-
close
we
the
want it to
curb- Close to the
flow.
curb as possible. I see.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
the driving force on the design.
Really?
Otherwise, it would have been lovely to be able to put it anywhere, but it's a level in and we don't have that option.
Yeah. And landscaping, or?
The client intends on doing landscaping, absolutely. Right now, it's just a lawn. It has some bushes and some, assorted things in the front. She'd like to have bougainvillea. She'd like to have some large fish cues. So she has intentions of doing this. Right now, her intent, obviously, is to get into her home.
I can envision a
and work
couple
on
of
that.
nice blue ceanothus there
Yeah.
near the front that would,
There, we will
on the
note
side of
it.
the door.
We will note it.
That,
See, I know
She
this.
also has some,
all right, I got a
being an
thumbs up from
artist.
Nick.
I was thinking
But I will
rhododendron.
say, being an artist, she does have a piece or two that she may want to put on that open wall.
Uh-huh.
So she has some ironwork and some things like that. So she may want to actually put something up there on her porch.
We recognize that the design review guidelines talk about the front being the presentation of the street, and that is very important to us. And I think you've come a long ways in this design. I'll be quick to say that.
Good, thank you.
Other comments?
I was going to note, just piggybacking on your front porch comment, it looks like it's primed to have a couple, like a bench or a couple chairs or a
Absolutely.
beautiful
Yep.
pot with some.
Yeah.
So I feel like the lawn furniture will evolve as she
Yes.
lives there. And
Yes.
the porch needs to stay level for the wheelchair access. So
Yeah.
it makes sense that it is at grade, and then they can put privacy bushes in front of the porch.
Well, that's
as
the
well.
idea. Instead of doing that wall, the idea was to go out to the outside to create some kind of barrier with plantings. That gives her the same sort of privacy, but you can, again, low, so that she has a visual. So if she's in a compromised situation, she can see somebody coming.
Right.
So, it's going to be grasses and it's gonna be color, and so she'll do some vining thing on the front of the porch. I mean, she has enough room here to be, even though this looks very squat and weird, but she, with these pillars and posts, she'll be able to get some vining and.
Okay.
And the other thing I like about this design is that, we've left a front door for future owners, but if she still chooses to use, there is a side door, so she can
Correct.
still go around. So it makes it flexible for any owner.
That's exactly right.
Okay.
She can still sneak around the corner
Okay.
if she feels uncomfortable.
Other comments?
Well, I'm just going to say, I do appreciate what you've done here, and I think to be honest, I think it's vastly improved over the first design to make it a much more livable space. I felt bad that your client had to walk all the way around the house to get into her house, and this is now giving some options that are going to be nice, and I like the idea of the deck over the garage. I think that's going to make the upstairs space really nice.
Make that a whole lot usable, so.
My only
the
Oh,
full
yeah,
comment-
because
lot.
there wasn't any open
Yeah,
space.
my only comment's going to be for both you and for staff, is to be sensitive about the night sky with your outdoor lights.
Absolutely.
The ones that are shown are not night sky friendly. So
Actually, I believe it's required that
It is,
there
but,
be.
Yeah, they are.
definitely.
we have not, as a city, been enforcing it,
Oh,
so.
let's enforce.
No, it's very important to me too,
Yeah.
and if I could do any water collection and put some invisible structure on this property, I would do that too.
Right, no, I'm just saying that
I appreciate that.
it's becoming more of an issue with, from what I'm seeing with some of the additions, that we're not, we just don't have the staff to enforce it, and
Correct.
our building inspector misses it sometimes. But just now we can be more sensitive about it. It actually is not going to be an issue until July. Residential doesn't kick in, the new residential doesn't kick in until July
Oh.
this year, so. But yeah, night sky is in the old code, but more for commercial, not residential.
Oh, I see.
So,
Um,
but yes, I appreciate the design. I think you've hit on a nice, it's gonna be a nice place to live, nice cottage feel to it, and it's gonna be lovely.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I think one thing we could do would be to call, make sure that design applications that come to us call out the light fixtures, so we know. But I do believe I've seen light fixtures such as these where there's LED lights recessed far up into the top of the fixture so that it does not project to the sides, it projects down.
Right, and well, also, I mean, if you were to stay with this type of fixture, is that we were thinking of doing some kind of coating on the lenses itself, because the LEDs are so incredibly bright, that even in a water feature, which here I speak for water feature, but they just are like beacons.
Yeah.
The outside landscaping, even though they're great 3 watts, but they really are beacons.
Yeah.
So I
yeah.
appreciate what you're saying, and we're very cognizant of that.
Great, good. My comments are very brief, just that I want to echo what everyone else says. Nice changes. I was a little bit sad to lose the pointy roof, but this design is very nice and in keeping with the character of the house as well, and it's just a very pleasant design. So, yeah, thanks.
Any other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, thank you. If we have anything further, we'll call you back.
Great.
Is there anyone in the audience who'd like to address the commission on this project? On Evelyn? I see no one. So I will open and then immediately close the public hearing. We have no speakers. Bring it back to the commission for further discussion or for a motion.
No, I think that they've done a great job. Actually, most of this was theirs when I took a look at it. So they came to a lot of this on their own. So I wanted to just thank you for listening to our comments. And I know that it was hard at the last meeting, but I think that I'm hoping that this will add value, that this will be a more valuable property for you when you go to sell it. So I'm hoping that the investment that you've made in the additional time and the additional materials will, in the end, pay off. So that's all I want to say.
Anyone else? Motion. Would someone make a motion? Go ahead.
Sure, I'll move PA 13-084, second story addition parking exception, conditional use permit at 638 Evelyn with the findings and conditions in the staff report.
I'll second.
All right. It's been moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
It's been approved unanimously.
Are you abstaining, or are you gonna?
No, I said aye.
Okay.
She
It
said
was
aye.
quiet.
Okay.
Let
So
me-
your project's been approved.
Let me restate that.
And there's a
Are you
14-day
abstaining?
appeal period.
You should,
If it's not appealed.
should?
if you met with them.
If
I
it's not
didn't.
appealed at the end of that time, then our decision is final. And
Thank you very much.
talk with staff about moving forward and the next steps. Great. Okay, good. Thank you. Good luck with your project.
Just for clarification on that, I did not meet with them directly. I was passed a drawing
Oh,
and
okay.
asked to comment, make potential recommendations.
Yeah, it's just, I think it's a good idea. If you meet with applicants, then you just recuse yourself.
Okay.
So, I mean, that should be standard for the commission, not just this.
Well, that's interesting. I wasn't, I mean, it was publicly notified in the agenda that they had passed it to me.
No, passing's fine.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just saying, if one of us meets with an applicant, we should disclose it.
Okay.
And then, on the decision-making, probably recuse yourself.
Should I have recused myself?
No,
for
not on this one,
Yeah,
because
okay.
you didn't meet with them.
May I just make a comment, since I'm new to Albany and with all of you? If the applicant can actually have access to somebody who is, prior to the first meeting, to actually sit and have a review with one of you, it would be incredibly helpful to expedite and to know if you're on the right track or not on the right track, or you have just for being more expedient for the applicant.
It's a very
I
hard,
don't know what your process is, I
Yeah.
don't mean to step on toes, but it was so lovely to have access.
yes.
Even if not personally, but just in
Yeah.
a process.
Okay, I hear you. It's very difficult for us to do that.
You realize this is a volunteer position?
Oh, I
We-
didn't know that.
Yes.
We can't communicate among ourselves at all, so.
Well,
yeah.
it's not only that, let me clarify one thing,
So-
just, the architects give you suggestions. We actually absorb liability for those suggestions.
Yeah.
So if something went wrong with something we suggested, then as licensed architects, we're liable.
I understand that, I understand it.
So-
Just like dealing with the city of Oakland or Contra Costa or anyplace else, we sit, we chat, we have a cup of coffee, we go through it, like redline this and change that, and geez, can you do this? And we have a conversation. And then we come back and we do our presentation. But just, I appreciate you
Yeah.
volunteer, I didn't know that. So I'm gonna get out of your hair, and thank you very much.
Okay, okay.
I'm not a licensed architect, so they could
No.
come to me.
I think
Might not be very fruitful, but
they'd get some, probably get strange recommendations from me, too.
Well, no, it's
All right.
something that as architects, we have to.
Let's
be
move
aware of.
on. This is the big item on the agenda. I think this is what everyone's here for, and it's getting late. So, do I have this right here? It is for 540 Cleveland. It's a study session, and we've lost Ann, and Jeff is here.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Ann's been working hard today, so she's going to take a break for a few minutes. The item before you is a study session on the first of what will probably be a series of study sessions on a proposal for a new public works service center for the city of Albany. Back in October of 2013, the City Council authorized staff to begin a series of steps to acquire property at 540 Cleveland Avenue and develop plans and seek financing to build the facility. It's been a goal of the city for many years. In fact, it's in the general plan dating back to the early 1990s, late 1980s. Our existing facility is right next door to the proposed site. It is a facility that we rent. It's undersized. It doesn't meet contemporary standards for a variety of things, and we feel that it's critical for us in order to provide the public services that we need that we have an appropriate facility. The purpose of this study session this evening is to get some preliminary feedback from the community and from the commission. Our focus this evening is on the building itself. I had a chance while you were discussing the general plan to visit with some of the people who are here this evening. I think they're going to tell you and express their very serious concern about the digital billboard component of the project. And I've committed to them to continue to talk with them. We don't have anything on paper to show you about that yet, but we will bring that back to you. We'll bring it back to them as well in a more informal session. To give you a little bit of context for the project, the Public Works Department basically consists of two divisions. There's the engineering division, which are the office staff. They plan, design, manage construction projects and maintenance of our facilities. That includes streets, sewers, storm drains, parks, so forth. We also have a maintenance staff. These are the people that you see out there every day who are actually in the streets or in the parks doing the work. And this is a facility that's serving both of those important needs. Basically, the way it's laid out, the ground floor is the maintenance facility. There would be two relatively small mezzanines that would be used primarily for storage, and then the second level is for the administrative and professional staff, as well as locker rooms, a small training conference room, and basically the facilities for the staff during the day. We don't anticipate that this will be a far better facility for public visitors, although we're not anticipating a lot of public visitors to the Public Works Department, but it will be able to accommodate that as necessary. Here this evening is Jack Panichappan. He is with the firm of Gillison Panichappan. I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your last name, Jack. His firm specializes in these facilities. They're based in Costa Mesa, and he flew up this evening to be with you, which was part of the reason we had it later on the agenda, as he's just here from the airport not long ago. His firm is preparing what are called bridging documents that will be put into a bid package. And we're going to use something called a design-build manner of delivering this project, and basically looking for a developer or contractor to complete the work that Jack is going to do. He's going to kind of lay it out, and then the development team, the construction team, will get the final permit They'll finance the project for the city, they'll build it, and then we will pay, basically pay a lease for some number of years, probably 20 or 30 years, something like that. And at the end of that, we get the facility free, or for $1 or something like that. It's a more cost-effective way to, in many cases, to deliver a project than it is for the city to do the more traditional, where we're managing the construction, trying to get the benefits of the efficiency to the private sector on something like this. I'll just kind of quickly lay out the site, and Jack is an expert in this, so if you want any details, he can certainly go into it. What is shown on the screen here is kind of the ground floor plan. This is Cleveland Avenue. On the right side of the screen, there would be an entrance here for vehicles and into the yard area. And incidentally, the yard area is a very important component of the project. It's not just the building, that there's a lot of things that are going on in there. There's a series of tandem parking spaces here for staff, and then a few visitor spots here for members of the public. Security gate would be here, public entrance would be here. Then there are a series of different sections of the building that will have different functions. And again, I won't go into those details now, but Jack can explain the layout and how it works. So the building basically is on the property line, the southern property line, and then a series of roll-up doors on this side that would make access to the ground level. These big rectangles would be where we would park some of our vehicles. We have a fleet of various sized vehicles, everything from pickup trucks to the big Vector trucks, which are like big, basically gigantic shop vacs that we use to clean out clogged storm drains or sewers or something like that. So there's a variety of equipment, and then there's storage bins and work bays and so forth for each of the different functions that we have. More staff parking back here in tandem. And incidentally, for staff in the Public Works Department, tandem parking works pretty well because they're on a pretty fixed schedule at the certain time of day, in the morning and the evening. They come and go all at the same time, so it's not a big deal for them to all kind of leave at, I think it's 4 or 4:30 or something when their shifts are over. These are a series of covered canopies for outdoor storage of vehicles, supplies, sand, gravel, so forth. Wash bay for the equipment that is required as well. This dash line here, incidentally, is an overhead power line. We're looking into what's involved in either keeping it there or burying it, depending on a variety of factors. I did mention the digital billboard. We don't have drawings for it, but our thought is that it would go in this side of the property. This would be the west side. Right here on the other side of the property line is the railroad tracks, and then on the other side of the railroad tracks is Interstate 580 leading to the Richmond-San Rafael Bridge. Just checking my notes here, in terms of the kinds of things I know the commission is interested in, we're striving to meet, we will meet the requirement for LEED Gold. In your packet was a preliminary checklist of how they're achieving that. As the design evolves, that may evolve a little bit as well, but we wanted you to see the preliminary work on that. We also will be working on the public art component of the project, as with any large projects like this. The city's public art ordinance applies. We haven't at all begun that process. We'll gear that up with the Arts Committee in the near future. In terms of complying with the city's zoning ordinance, the main thing that is a little unusual is the treatment of the parking. The standard parking requirement is 21 parking spaces. What we're trying to do here is meet that with tandem, which normally wouldn't be allowed in a commercial or industrial area, but a combination of the tandem spaces, the regular spaces, and the interior spaces for equipment. In the staff report, the numbers are there. It would appear to be more than ample parking for, we know it's enough parking for our actual needs, and we believe that if the commission's willing to consider the interior spaces where we'll be parking equipment as part of the parking meeting the parking requirements, then we're meeting the planning and zoning code requirements. We have, I'll just pull it up here quickly. We can go through it. Jack brought with him a material board that's he can distribute to you. There are 2 or 3 different, actually now 4 schemes that, design schemes that Jack has been working on to illustrate what the building could look like. And what's on the screen right now, I'll zoom in a little bit. This would be the front of the building, what you would see as you're arriving from Cleveland Avenue. And the rear of the building facing Interstate 580, which is what most people will see, because most people there aren't that many people on Cleveland Avenue, but a lot of people on Interstate 580. So the thought was to do something architectural on both sides of the building. And then this is the other 2 sides. This is the north side of the building. Again, this shows you the roll-up doors, access doors for the staff, and then the second level is primarily office areas, locker rooms, as I mentioned, training facility. And then the bottom image is of the south side. This is facing another building that today is right on the lot line as well, or within a foot or 2. So if constructed today, you wouldn't see the bottom 2/3 or so of this probably. But we did suggest to Jack that some sort of pattern go into this, to the wall, just in the event of future development, there's something better than just blank. So I think I'll pause there, and if you have any questions, and Jack is here as well, of course, to help, if you'd like to.
Can you go back to the east elevation?
East.
Sorry, west.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Looking at the one packet.
Oh, there are multiple. So you
Yeah,
have
I'm sorry, this is something new that's
Yeah,
not in the
there
packet. It's a
are
little bit different than
several.
what's in the packet. I could bring up the one that's in your packet if you prefer.
Yeah, there are several options. I was confused. Will you explain these 3 schemes then?
Sure. So I'm going to go backwards. I'll back up a little, zoom in, back up.
Because I'm confused.
That was scheme 3.
Down here in scheme 3.
So I printed
Oh, it's right
Scheme
here.
2 is here.
I got it.
Oh, here he has it now, okay.
Okay, so in your packet, there were 3 different schemes. And I'll start from the top. Scheme 1 is a pretty basic design.
Blank wall, blank south wall.
Blank wall. And the east and west elevations didn't have a lot of architectural treatment. As an example, this is facing 580. There was just going to be a stairway down. What you would normally expect from the back of an industrial building, which normally you don't work on, but again, because this is facing the freeway, we thought we can do a little something that would be nice. So that was scheme 1. And then there are a couple of different perspectives of that. This is a nice showing a bird's eye view. This is the facility that we're located in presently, by the way, and this is Albany Steel. And this is what's now El Cerrito Tire. You recently approved it. So scheme 2 is a little bit different treatment. I'm not sure I remember exactly what the treatment difference was. Jack, do you?
So basically, the general theme we try to make it. Let me step back a little bit. Original program, we have about 44,000 square foot that we need for the program, but our size only 30,000 square foot. So we start looking the best way to do it. We start combine the functions, start parking inside, rather than use a forklift eye, we start get a little bit larger to get some vehicle to park inside for the safety reason, security reason. And then when you start focus on the function that much, or this type of public building, it start getting more like a rectangle shapes, something boring. And I'm driving back and forth to the highway, try to see what would drive us, to make this city of Albany. enjoy the early discussion because I enjoy the same thing, you know, go to the small town, grow up in small town, and then grow up in the big city. I enjoy that. So that kind of thought mentality come to play. You know, that's why the first scheme said, here we go, this is your building. You know, this is what we fit in this type of industrial building. It don't have to be that corrugated metal, rusty like the one next door. We can look at it and then become a foreground of the nice developments, you know, the tall building that develop on the back other side of the highway. So we become the first foreground of it when you drive on other interstate. So that's first one, make it simple. The second one, start playing with the material on the back side, you know, so on the west elevation, you can start seeing the stepping going because we have the exit stair coming from the back side. So start playing with the afternoon shadow and see how do we catch it, you know, so with some depth without spend a lot of money from the public agency fund. And then the third side, you know, being partial artists coming in with the railroad on the back side with the locomotive actions going on that side, start thinking about everything is just so horizontal and vertical in the back side. So start developing something with a movement with the curb, start adding some of that option into the back side, and maybe we use a different material, but still try to stay with the earth tones, which is with it, all the residential, you know, in the background is. So we try to blend in, and so that's what, start looking at it and asking, get some comment from the city staff and planning and see what they're looking for. And the scheme 3 seemed to be a preferred choice. That's why we're thinking to develop other two end of it, and then, so that's the whole concept behind the 3 scheme.
While you're there, could you identify where is the anodized aluminum for the windows, or are you?
Yes, to the aluminum frames. Okay. So to aluminum frames, to a coping, you know, on the tops. So it would be a little bit of trim, you know, to cut out that earth tone, so it kind of brings some glazing out forward.
So it looks like there's some vertical ducts on the building. Would those be painted, or is that also aluminum?
This would be, this is basically used for 2 reasons. One is as a fire riser, and the second is because we have the rooftop equipment units on that level, so we use that to transfer to the top. So we were thinking to use the masonry unit on the same color that we have here.
Which it's a different texture? What it's going to be?
Yes, there's 2 different texture. One is with the power wash, and one is
okay.
Oh,
I
so
see.
it's a
Okay.
CMU? Okay.
Okay. All right. So there's 3 sort of design schemes here now. Do you expect the commission to talk about the schemes individually tonight? Provide some guidance?
You don't have to, certainly don't have to make any decisions. I think, you know, some general reaction would be helpful. But, you know, I don't think, you know, we're expecting to get some information from you and then bring back.
Yeah.
We know we'll get it.
Okay.
We're guaranteed to get some feedback. And then we'll refine it. And so, you know, the scheme 3, for example, has a little bit more of the kind of playful things, and whether it's something like this or you want another way of doing something a little different and interesting, we'd love to hear about that.
Well, in lieu of us, maybe we should put it up on the city website and vote. Citizens of Albany can vote for it.
I don't know if that's such a good idea.
All right.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
Basically, you're kind of working within the same general budget for, I mean, these are basically surface treatments or that you're showing here, pretty much the same interior in all of the 3 alternatives, is that right?
That's correct.
And so there's probably not a big cost difference between them. You're looking at sort of design guidance there. And then overall guidance on the layout and the site plan, parking, that sort of thing.
Right, and if you have any questions about that, they've done a lot of different schemes, and normally it would be nice to be able to show you 2 or 3 different kinds of site plans, but I don't think there's a a lot of it.
Yeah, I can, if Jeff, you go back to the site plan, I can walk you through it. But what's the thinking behind it? Because, we've been designing something from very large, for city of Corona, city of Chicago, different type. This is the smallest size of a lot that we ever worked for the public works. So I'm pretty having fun with it too at the same time. So, let's see. But basically, the nature of the public works, the yard side, is almost, you see the truck, you see some sand, gravel, and so on. So that's what we try to bring that to the front, kind of minimal, from the street side, so they're not seeing much what's going on back there. But after you, from the general public, they're coming in from the front, and then they go up to the stair to the second floor for the office functions or training rooms and so on. But for the public works, they're coming in. The first thing you see there, there's a wash bay that we plan to use recycled water tire wash, and then this tire wash is to keep maintain your vehicle for stay long. Something like a vacuum trucks and so on, you need to clean them very well at the bottom, otherwise it get rust out, and those vehicles is very, very expensive. And so that's why we have a platform the size so they can go on the top and spray washing it. And then we have the wash equipment, the recycle wash equipment. And then with that bay would be a lot of the trailers, some of the portable equipment that they can back it in and then pick it up and then just going out. And then going to the next aisle is transfer stations for trash and certain recycled material. And then we have emergency material bins, sand, gravel, and so on. And then on this side would be all the different type of tools that they keep, for gas tools or some expensive paints, material type, the hazard material. So we segregate and then separate them out with different classifications. And then when you get to that big first aisle, you see there was interest from the police to keep some of their evidence. There's some of the motorcycle that they have and different items, some paper storage that we have from the city hall, so we can keep them along on the high density aisle that you see back there. And then with the public works, they use a different type of valve, different nuts and bolts, different parts that they serve. So there's a different area for different functions, size storage, different. They have a lot of cone and a barrier that they use throughout the year. So that's where we're going here. And then in this area is the general shops. So there's somewhere that those guys have because right now they have tools, but it's go everywhere in the yard. So when they need something, they have to go find it, bring it out, use it. So in this way, we have the general shops that we should say city time, and then we have the mid-size vehicle fleet garage. So the reason we picked the mid-size is actually the program called for one mid-size and one small size, but since we don't have room, so we combine them, and that will serve every vehicle that the city owns, including some of the fire engines. So this is a 45-foot bay, and have on the back side, some of the public works, they go down to the sewer line to clean them out, so we have the decontaminations area on the back, so they come back from the field, they can wash off their gears, and then put it outside before they get back into it. And then when we go to the second floor.
Sorry, can you go back to where the washout? Sorry.
For the decontamination.
By the rear parking?
Right, so it's under the stairs, so we have what I call as a mop room. So it's a bench, there's a wash hose, and then everything that's being collected in there will go out to a clarifier, before it's go out to the street. But they basically, it's not that they're taking a shower there, but they just wash off their booth or their gear that when they go getting dirty. And
you hit it. I just want to know where it was going. You said.
Oh, okay. On the second floor programs, when you first come up from the first floor, going up to the second floor, what the public works intent is, these are training rooms that they have, but at the same time, it could be used for publics as well. So that's why we locate unisex toilet rooms up front. We have the lunchroom up front. We have a storage for the training for different furniture we can keep in there. So basically, up front is a public function, is the way I look at it. And then as you go in further, this would be a crew room. This would be the supervisor, and we have server rooms in that, but mainly is more onto a switch gear type, not contain a lot of storage because you still have to link back to City Hall for storage. And then we have a locker rooms, the full locker and showers on the second floor. And then as you come down to this side, it would be on the engineering staff. And
So at the back is an open office then? At the back?
Yes, on the back is an open office. Every office in this facility have a view to the outside, so we very value on that end. It's very nice on the west side, so everybody have a north window and have a west window. And we would debating back and forth between employing tube skylight into the area back to the back on the south side, but with our study in the LEAD program, we short a few points, so we need to employ the photovoltaics,
Okay.
So
I asked about that.
and then the calculation that we come out is going to be close to 4,000 square foot in order to employ about 15 to 20% of the energy used for the building. So that's why we cut down the solar tube program, so that way we can have more PV panels on the top of our roof and also on top of the canopy area, so the combine between the two.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions of staff right now? All right.
So I have a quick question. This fits our needs now, or it doesn't even quite fit the needs of the city? And then, so what is there a thought to go ahead and, well, we're making our plan till 2035, and we're looking to increase the population by 800 people, or however many, 800 families. So where's the plan to expand? Is there flexibility in this design to allow for future growth on this lot, or are we maxed out?
I think we're pretty close to being maxed out. And frankly, if you look over, city staffing levels over the last 20 or 30 years, and in looking to the future, we're not really projecting any increase in staff. And for that matter, our infrastructure is not going to grow that much anymore either. So.
If you, the plan, that's the reason why we have a lot of open area. So if happen to increase the staff, the field staff or engineering staff, we can grow, I would say, up to 20%, 25% of what they could staff.
It's a far better arrangement than what we have today, though.
For staff, but the hard part would be equipment. I mean, that's what really takes up the big space. Big new equipment would be a big problem, or new functions. Anyone else?
So the plans show a door, the exterior staircase ending in a door on the second floor, but I think those are missing in the drawings, or the visualizations. The elevations, it's missing, the door is missing.
We can we'll
Yeah.
take care of it.
It just
Okay.
ends,
Yeah.
Okay.
There does need to be a door on that side
Yeah.
for both the function of the facility and for emergency exit.
Fire safety, yeah. Okay. Any other questions of staff right now? All right. I think I'll open up the public hearing then. If you have a speaker card in, let's call speaker cards.
Before,
Wait,
if you'd indulge me,
Sure.
I think that it would be worthwhile to point out, since I believe some people are here to speak about the digital billboard, the history of that, the recent history of that.
That's a real good idea. That's a real good idea, and I don't know, I missed that one meeting, so I don't know it myself.
And I was gonna, oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, I could provide a brief history, or Jeff maybe you could do better. What were you going to say, Stacey?
I was going to say, it might be worth pulling up I'm looking at one of the elevations, and it shows the building being at 37 feet 6, and looking at that elevation and talking about generally, if you know what the height of the billboards are, if it's going to be tucked behind the building, like what the relationship the billboard is proposed to be to the building?
Yeah, we don't. We can kind of speculate about that, but the people with Clear Channel who we'd be working with on this really need to come to the commission and explain the dimensions and the heights and everything else that they need and the side angles, and respond to the issues that you're going to hear about in a minute or two.
My recollection of the history is that City Council came to, or asked the Planning and Zoning Commission to discuss the idea of digital billboard language in our code. And we discussed it twice at two different meetings.
Yeah.
The first meeting, we sent it back somewhat unfavorably, and the council, and then it was brought back to us again, and we decided to say that, okay, we will accept the language if we'll accept digital billboard ordinance if we put in language about mitigating the carbon, the effects, and by using solar PV panels or something like that to offset the electricity use. But some of the comments were that, these are my comments and seem to be accepted by the commission, were that the technology has improved quite a bit, and that we didn't necessarily have a problem with that, and we saw the opportunity to bring revenue to the city as an important one. Now I'll just leave it at that there. But if there is some history to the digital billboard that that you should know about, that the public should know about. So, did I miss anything there?
Yeah, I don't think any of us liked it at first. Like, we were all pretty upset about the idea of having a digital billboard. And then Commissioner Arkin pointed out that he has a relation who works in the billboard industry, and that the PVC that they print on for the flat billboards is highly toxic, and that they go into landfill, and that it's actually considered to be more green to have a digital billboard if you make it solar panel. So the thought was that if we can make it more energy efficient, and if it could be designed so that it flared and that the lights were going towards the highway and not to the house. So there is some history, and we talked about it, and we did allow for the language to be put in, but it's on a case-by-case basis, and we have to vote on it case-by-case and approve it. And so this is the first one that's come before the commission, and so now we will start the discussion on this particular electronic billboard.
Thank you.
And I would just add to that, this would be the only one. If
Yeah.
the key kind of regulatory piece to this was to put in a digital billboard in town, you have to take out an existing static, old-fashioned style billboard, of which Clear Channel has 2 of them on top of Montero's over here at the corner of Solano and San Pablo.
So those would go.
So those would, as part of the deal, those would go. And this is done in a lot of cities. It's not just
Yeah,
our idea.
Those are,
They would go, and in exchange for
they're
allowing
very
them.
hard to get rid of.
Otherwise, they don't
If
get.
you want to
yeah.
rebuild Montero's, you got to condemn them to get rid of them.
Yeah.
That's kind of a big carrot.
Now theoretically, if this project doesn't go forward, or the digital billboard doesn't go in this location, could Clear Channel come in and ask to do it up and down Cleveland someplace, or in the other areas along the
Yeah.
freeway? It's theoretically possible,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
they would have to still have that same arrangement.
Okay. All right. That's helpful. Thank you. With that, then, I'll open the public hearing. And
So we
I
have,
think a number of
so far
speakers.
we have 5 speaker cards.
Mhm. And here comes more.
And 6,
Okay.
7. Would you like to set the clock to 3 minutes
That's fine.
for everybody?
I hope that I hope we can keep it to less.
Okay.
Let's try. Okay.
So I'll just call out the first few so people can be ready. Saul Strand, Maria Ling, and Larry Lynch, and then we'll call more as we're...
Okay.
Saul Strand, 500 block of Pier Street. Earlier this evening, one of the commissioners mentioned about the distinct character of the neighborhoods making up the EIR when you were scoping the EIR. Well, we have a distinct neighborhood of over 10% residential parcels. And all three of the communities there, Bridgewater, Bayside, and Gateview, are oriented towards the bay. And it's not just, in the case of Gateview, it's not just the people who have views of the bay from their homes. We have like a mini park on top of our garage. And when I look from my balcony down on the plaza, I see senior citizens sitting in the benches. We have a little patch of grass near the western edge, and I see little kids tumbling and running around with their fathers there. And we've got our clubhouse where people are sitting and enjoying the bay. This visual impact of the community there at all three condominiums is very critical to the quality of life. And I think the same serenity of the view, there's nothing more peaceful than that magnificent view that is seen on the website when you go through all these. And I noticed there's no digital billboards popping in there when you're looking at the bay view. And the people who will be using the East Shore State Park, if we ever get the ball developed and in there, this is the atmosphere that they will be experiencing too when they expect to enjoy and have their quality of life as part of the park. Just like people that have views on the hillside at Gateview go down to the plaza and enjoy the mini park that we have on top of our garage in order to have the impact of the view. The City of Albany residents will be going to the shoreline, and they don't need to have this glaring light, because what happens is that when there's a glaring light, your eyes are just involuntarily attracted to the light. You can't even see the bay waters and stuff, you just focus on the light. I drive back from the Stanford occasionally when I go into sporting events, and in the Bayshore Freeway, it's almost impossible to drive because it's like every billboard is competing for attention of the motorists with the glare and the movements and stuff. I'm surprised there aren't more accidents on the Bayside, but I guess people they refuse to look at any of them and they try and avoid them. They are so obnoxious. It just totally destroys the atmosphere of the community. So the whole idea of a digital billboard is ridiculous. There's one piece of information I found tonight that was very good, and that was that the East Bay Mall billboard was not properly permitted, and we may be able to get rid of that, and that would be a big plus too. But don't put one new one in that neighborhood. Thank you.
Who was the?
Maria Ling, and then Larry Lynch, and then Sharon.
Hello? Oh, cool. Okay. Hi. My name is Maria Lane, and I'm a homeowner at 545 Pierce, directly facing the 540 Cleveland. I'm also a graduate of Albany High School, class of 82. I am opposed to the digital billboard on item D of the agenda. I'm looking at the city seal right behind you, which states urban village by the bay, and the emphasis is by the bay. Commissioner Philip Moss earlier, he really touched me when he talked about the quality of life when CEQA consultant was here earlier. Being able to enjoy nature, open space, and consider the health and welfare of the Albany resident as part of our planning, that was addressed with the CEQA consultant. The installation of the digital billboard will entirely contradict with this type of bay living in open space. It doesn't really matter which side of the digital board is facing, whether it's to the residents or to the 580. The light illuminating from it will pollute the bay environment. Just imagine you're sitting in a dark movie theater. Someone pulls out a cell phone, texting. You immediately feel the impact. And that's just a 4-inch cell phone. And we're talking about a billboard, I think on the agenda had mentioned as large as 20 feet by 60 feet. Made a calculation, the screen size would be about 63 feet. That's about 189 times larger. So the impact to the dark space around that, where we're looking at the Golden Gate Bridge, will certainly be polluted. I understand the digital billboard can generate funds for the city and maybe pay for the new public works building. However, I think we're making money at the expense of the residents and at the expense of the city in general. Every real estate appraisal has the category view on the box. Our homes facing the bay pay a premium on the property value. A view of the digital board will certainly decrease the property value. I'm sure together as a city that we can all come together and find a way to generate the funds needed for the public works building. In summary, I am opposed of the digital billboard. In addition, I want to comment on the 2-story building or plus mezzanine, 39-foot high. I think this is very tall. It's like 2-3 times taller than the city hall here. I can't even imagine how tall it's going to be from our view. So would it be possible to generate a 3D visual, put some poles, scaffolding or something so we can imagine or at least see what we're going to be seeing? I would love to see the seal of the view that's currently on the seal, but you know, I hate it to be gone. Thank you.
Larry Lynch, and then Sharon Hunter, and then Chris Kirkham.
Larry Lynch?
Sharon Hunter, and then Chris Kirkham, and then Elaine Song.
Hi, I'm Sharon Hunter, and my husband is Clifton Hunter in the audience. We have been residents at 555 Pierce Street since about 1988, and we own a front unit, and we have a wonderful view. We are personally concerned about our property value if the billboard is allowed to go up. So I oppose the billboard, and I think I can speak for my husband to say that he also opposed the billboard. Thank you.
If I could ask you a question, would you be opposed to a standard billboard as well, in the same way, or is it the digital billboard that particularly bothers you?
The digital one bothers me a great deal, but I really oppose any billboard at this point. I think we just have enough distractions, and I don't want any distractions from the view that we have.
Okay.
And I think most of the residents there wouldn't want any distractions.
I apologize. I realized that I would have loved to hear from the other people who were up here how they felt about whether it was the digital billboard in particular that bothered them or any billboard.
Well, the lighting there, as it is, bothers me. Thank you.
Chris Kirkham, Elaine Song, and then Barbara Fu.
Hello, I'm a resident at 545 Pierce Street. My unit's on the top. I look down to the bay. I look right down onto where this project will be occurring. And thank you for letting me speak, and I appreciate that you volunteer for this work. I respect that. I work for Cal OSHA. I'm a code enforcer, and so I have spent the past 14 years reading codes, fighting about codes, arguing about codes, reading decisions about codes, and I'm very concerned about the code that's in the new code that relates to digital billboards. there's a clause in there, digital billboards shall be oriented away from residential area. I don't think that that is specific in any way. It's subjective. It has holes big enough to drive a street sweeper through.
Can you elaborate?
Yes, so let's imagine that you are the freeway, your car's on the freeway, and these are the residents. And here's a billboard that currently is oriented, not parallel, but perpendicular to the freeway. This is the most beneficial orientation for exposure of the billboard to the traffic, right? The most cars will see the billboard if it's oriented perpendicular. So to minimize the impact on the residents who can also see the billboard, we're going to angle it, right? We're going to face it towards the freeway. And I'm going to use my phone as an example. And I'll turn it on here. So I'm now facing the freeway. So what's not facing the freeway? Is this not facing the freeway? And these people right over here can still see my phone, even though it's angled towards the freeway. And that's what we experience at Pierce Street right now. The 99 Ranch billboard is angled towards the freeway, and yet I can see it from my daughter's room, which is in the back of the unit. So it's a subjective statement. I'm also concerned that we're going to be shooting ourselves in the foot monetarily. What are the additional costs going to be from the fire department who has to respond to freeway accidents that result from this billboard? What will the cost be to the city from any lawsuits claimed against the city because it's the city's billboard or it's on city property? What will the cost to the city be from the decreased property values that result in decreased property tax going to the city? I did a rough estimate. Given that there are about 800 units, 825 units, assuming they each contribute about $5,000 per year property tax. I contribute 6, but let's just say 5. That's about $4 million a year in property tax. If we just decrease that property value by 5% because of the destroyed view, you've lost $200,000 a year in city revenue, which is the maximum you get from the sign. So I'm absolutely opposed to this new ordinance. I think it needs to be fixed or repealed, and I'm absolutely against any digital billboard on that property. It's pollution. It's visual pollution. Thank you.
Okay. Speaker?
Elaine Song, then Barbara Fu, and then Ying Su.
My name is Elaine Song. I live in the 545 condo, and I'm a senior citizen. My unit just direct to see the bay and views, and I'm thinking is if I'm here is to refuse the digital billboard because I'm so worried when every day I sleep there, I feel I'm living in the Las Vegas. So I'm thinking I have to come here, otherwise I already rest right now this time. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
Barbara Fu, Ying Su, and then I don't know if Mr. Lynch came back or not, but I don't have any more after that.
Okay.
Hi, thank you for giving us the time. I recognize that as a volunteer, you guys are really putting in wonderful service. And I apologize for the attempted coup earlier. I myself am an attorney, so I'm used to making motions in court. I just didn't realize that I wasn't in the right place, so I apologize. My mom has been a condo owner at 545 Bridgewater for 16 years. She and my dad, who's now deceased, bought this condo because of the view. That was it. Nothing so wonderful about the interior as the view. The view was the seller. And so I can't overstate the value of a view to property. I think any realtor will tell you that. There is an inestimable value to a view. I would ask, and I know that as I'm a public servant, and I know that you guys are as well, you have to weigh out the cost versus the benefits to any decision you make, especially when it has possibility of impacting the community you serve. So I would ask you to weigh the negative impacts that I believe are going to happen with this billboard versus the benefit. The negative impacts, I think my colleagues have talked about at great length. I'll just merely stress that I think it's a real health hazard. We've all heard scientifically now the dangers of blue light, computer blue light, how it interferes with our circadian rhythms, with our sleep. And this light, this billboard, is going to emanate such bright, intense light that anybody who lives in this condo they're going to have their sleep disrupted. The kids, there's quite a few kids in our buildings, and they're going to be affected too. Their school is going to be affected. The health effects are going to be wide ranging, and I think we're going to find out, as science develops, that those effects can be very lasting. So I would ask you to really look at the health hazards to the people who live in these 850 units. And finally, I wanted to say that I have watched you be very sensitive, very thorough, and very aware of the aesthetic, of not only the aesthetics, but the functionality of the buildings that are up for review. You said that you gave the builder the idea that the lighting should be sensitive to the light sky. It should be downward facing and not projecting necessarily outward. There was another comment that you felt like that would add a lot of value to the property, this beautiful new design. So obviously you, as architects and members of the Zoning Commission, really care about the value of a property. And this is what we're facing here. We will not be able to, the value of the property is going to drop, and it's going to result in permanent damage. Permanent. Once that billboard's in place, there's no looking back. Versus the gain, the benefit. The benefit to you, and I agree, it will help fund the construction costs of a building that you need. But I ask you to look more carefully at do you need all the bells and whistles of this building, this great design? Because the second floor, it seems to me, is all about public space, like rooms for the public to gather, and workout room, or shower locker room kind of facility. And it seems to me that the way the building was structured is they were lacking space, and so they had to build up. But the second floor, I wonder whether it's all that, you're going to get the bang for the buck. It's a public building, but how many people go to the Public Works building for a forum?
It's for the staff.
I think, yeah.
Ah, okay.
It's for employees.
I
yeah. That's for
apologize.
employees,
Okay.
yeah.
At any rate, I would urge you to look at more finely the costs and the benefits of this. The costs to us are going to be in perpetuity. The benefits, I don't know whether the $150 in revenue that you are going to get is going to go towards the cost of building, or is it going to be the cost of the lease? I don't know what kind of lease agreements that the city's planning on entering into, but I would compare it. A parallel to me is the negative mortgage.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Hi, my name is Ying Su. I live at 545 Pierce Street, Bridgewater condominiums, and I've been living there for 12 years now. I love the city of Albany, and I actually did move there to be a part of this city. And I do strongly oppose the digital billboard. While I can appreciate the revenue it'll bring in, like everybody else has reiterated, I am concerned about the decrease in property values and what long-term that would affect the city of Albany in terms of tax revenue that they would be losing by putting up the digital billboard. And I, unfortunately, with the Pacific East Mall billboard, have very firsthand experience to the fact that the billboard does not need to be angled toward us for the light to still affect us. And it's garish, it's unsightly, and it just destroys. I mean, I know we're right by the freeway, but we also still have a view of the water, and it just kind of destroys any sort of view that we might have once had. It's impossible to ignore once it's up there. So that's pretty much all I had to say. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. So no other speakers? Is that, okay.
That's right.
With that, then I'll close the public hearing and bring it back to the commission, and it's a study session, so I guess Jeff wants some comments in general, both about the comments we've heard and I guess about the designs too. So anyone care to start? Okay.
I'll try to address the billboard first briefly. I know the Pacific East Mall billboard is awful, and I'd forgotten about that. That is certainly one of the early ones, and some of the early ones were more garish and had the and did not have the feature to be dimmed at night. So the more recent designs that I've seen and what our ordinance requires is that that a digital billboard be dimmed at night so that it is no brighter than any of the other billboards and other lighting around it. So that I'm hoping that won't be an issue. In fact, we would make sure, I think this commission would make sure that wasn't an issue. In general, I think the quality of these has improved quite a bit so that I sometimes have to do a double take and I'm not even aware of that a billboard is digital. The billboards, non-digital billboards, are lighted as well at night. So I think we have to take that into consideration. So all that said, I wasn't quite aware, and I'm glad that the neighbors spoke up and came to us about the orientation of this particular billboard towards the condos. I've been looking at maps on my computer as people have spoken, and I see where it is now. So it could have a big impact on you. That said, as Jeff pointed out, we don't even have a design in front of us or an application for that in front of us tonight. It was, I wanted to bring up the history that I think the city council wanted to be prepared to deal with this issue, but we don't even know what's proposed yet. So, so you will have lots of other chances to come back and talk about it as you know, because we don't even know what we're going to be considering. So that said, I don't think I have that much to say about the rest of the maintenance center. I thought it looked pretty good. I actually was the first in favor of the more staid scheme 1 when I looked at it, but now I think the more whimsical scheme 3 appeals to me, especially since people will be seeing that from various angles and from the freeway. I think it's nice to have something more than a blocky commercial building look to it. So I think that's good. It seems like I could support the tandem parking, although you haven't spoken to it yet, and you'll certainly hear me bring this up again about bicycle parking. I don't think it's been called out yet, but this being a city building, I think I'm going to insist on something like covered bicycle parking, something akin to what we see at the top of Solano in front of the gas station at the corner of Calusa and Solano, or the covered bike parking at the El Cerrito BART station. I think this is to have some bike racks and just have a simple roof over it to protect them from the rain is very appropriate in this day and age. Otherwise, I think I liked the design, and yeah, nothing more to say about the design at this point.
Okay. Thank you for developing this. I was going to piggyback onto the bicycle comments with street trees, and I'm sure that Tony Wolcott will definitely be involved because I suspect this is one of his, he's going to be stationed here, right?
Yes.
Okay, so he's the city arborist, and I would contact him for which street trees he wants to put on, because I think that will help soften the facade.
We need it for the lead. We just forgot.
Oh, got it. Okay.
We have it for sure.
Good. You know, it's interesting. So I'm going to just, I'm assuming that the footprint and the square footage in the program is acceptable to the city, and I'm willing to accept that. So then we're just reacting to the facade, and I agree that the first option's a little bit sparse. I tend to like the architecture of the second one with the cityscape that's repeated, and I think that could have some really beautiful shadows. But I would not be opposed to option 3 as well. Part of me feels like drivers down the highway experiencing this, you know, the circles could be kind of akin to Target, like a repeat of Target. But they're whimsical, and I feel like you could probably pull it off at the same time. So that's my vote. I think the other is a little, I like the cityscape with the stepping openings in the windows. Is the second building going in at a later time? There's like a phase 1, phase 2, or it's
They go to one phase.
one phase.
They
So
come to with each other.
so the other area of the site that has structure, is that open parking?
Yes.
Okay.
There's open canopy, and just only in front of the wash bay right here. This
Okay.
will be a little bit blocked, because the reason for that, because the moisture from the wash bay, we want to be able to separate them from the equipment.
So is there going to be a CMU wall at the back?
Right, so there will be a CMU wall on the north side, along the north side, because that's part of the fire separation as well.
Okay.
That we create, and then we use a rafter to branch it off from that.
Okay, and it would have a flat roof?
It would have a flat roof, but our intention is to have the PV panel sit on it. You will look at it, and it's supposed to be at the 37 degree. So if you build that 37 degree, that structure would get very, very tall, you know. So that's why we build a flat, and then they come in with the angled PV to sit on top of it.
Okay. I was just curious if that's, if we should be responding to that as well. But, you know, in general, I think we had kind of joked earlier about the corrugated metal in this area, but I'm actually glad that you're bringing another option. I think it will blend well with the corrugated metal on either side, and the color palette is neutral enough, and I feel that, you know, it would be an asset to the neighborhood. Let's see.
As I mentioned earlier, if I could, you know, I'm aware of that. I'm very, you know, because I very like on the background. So that's why I'm driving that freeway like 20 times, you know, like back and forth, take picture and try to come up with like, what am I doing to enhance the one in the back. That's why I'm going with a different route rather than with a corrugated metal. I go with something that will blend in for the background. So.
I like that it's pulled forward on the lot, that it would have a consistency with the neighboring buildings when you're driving past. Would the gate be mostly open during the day as trucks come and go, and it would just be locked at night, or how does that work?
The from the security reasons, in the mornings when the trucks start, first of all, when the employees start coming in the morning, so we will leave it open. And then right around 9 o'clock or 9:30, after they got their assignment, so the gate will be closed. And then they will open the gate back to, when they're back on to the site about 1:30 to 2:30 in that range, so they'll back open again.
Okay. Well, those are my comments on the design in terms of if we're picking options. I tend to like option 2. I think the material or the color of all of the doors will be important. So it could be a color, it could be you could add a little bit of blue, or I don't know. So that could be part of the architectural language. They could be aluminum to match the windows. So there's just a lot of them, and so there's an opportunity for them to either be graphic or not, and that would be your choice. So I hear all of the concerns about the billboards, and we have those too. I wouldn't want to look out my window at a billboard, and I'm fairly confident that most of the commissioners would say that as well. So we hear your comments, and we don't know what's being presented, so we need Clearview to present what's being offered for us to comment and take the conversation to the next level. And so I've made notes of all of the comments, and we'll be sure to ask all of the appropriate questions, or as many as we can, to Clearview. And I think one thing I would like to ask is I think the idea of the 3D model, having some photographs from various locations and having it put in to see how it relates to the height of the building, how, a photograph from the top of one of the towers down to see, really what is it going to do? What's the height impact?
Yeah.
I don't know if that's...
Yeah, we actually talked about that out in the lobby a little while ago and invited them to send in some photographs from where they're most concerned about, and we can take some of those and have a photo simulation prepared.
There may be a way to tuck it behind the building and have like a cap where the light doesn't leak, and I don't know. I don't know what the options are, and so we're guessing, and we just need more information. So that's all of my comments.
Great, thank you. Phil?
Yeah, I would just want to say that the billboard is something that's got to be studied at length before it's going to even come back in front of us. And it's funny how discussing this over the last months, my impression was it was going to be low and behind the building, hid by the building, so you wouldn't see the glow. And the new technology would dim the glow effect. But that's what they say in the brochure. But what happens, and we have to be aware of and keep on track of on top of what's happening with the billboard. There's nothing really that's been presented to us to really respond to. I will say that both the one in Richmond and the one at Golden Gate and the one at CBS Outdoor are not the type that we're looking at for this location. Those things, and the one down on Highway 101, those are antiquated, can't dim, too bright, not going to work, and they're not going to be acceptable to anyone in the city. Well, I can't say anyone in the city. There might be that few people that would accept it, but I think in general that it's not really what we are looking at for this location if we do go forward with a billboard. So the best thing is to, this is going to be back in front of us, and to just keep going to the city website or keep calling the city, asking when it's going to be back up for review. As far as the designs, I think you've done a really nice job with the layout. I know it's a tough layout, it's a tough design, and trying to squeeze everything in. So I think you've done a nice job with the design. I think you've also left enough space that in the design that lets the city grow a little bit or expand out. And this is the first I heard that the city police department was going to have a evidence room down there. But, once you start this process, other departments keep saying, yeah, I've got an idea, I need more space.
Yeah.
Let's use it.
They do.
So I imagine you guys are getting requests for space all over the place for down there. As far as the height, I understand why the height has to be the clearance around some of our equipment in the bays. I think that we can take a closer look at that and maybe have some answers and maybe a section through there explaining. I know you've got a couple sections. Maybe we graphically show some of the equipment and why the bays have to be that high. I like the scheme 2 and scheme 3. My concern with both schemes is when you get to the bottom of the stair, you've got a very tall unsupported masonry wall, 30 plus feet. So I think that the scheme designs are going to change. For instance, the one that you have the circles on, you might want to think about an OG instead of a circle that goes back up, just do a back down. I don't know. There's some of the design needs to be worked out. I think that what I'd like to see is you carry over some of that idea to the lower building that's butted up against this building, which is all brown in the two schemes, and maybe introduce some interesting change in brick colors or textures in that also. So I think I actually get a kick out of the railroad scheme on the back of that one building. Maybe too many circles, but I think it was interesting.
Oh, it's from the railroads, did I miss that?
Yeah, the railroad.
Oh, I like it better now. That makes sense.
The scheme 2 and 3, and if there's an exit stair coming back.
Yeah.
So you see the height of the rhythm that I go.
Right.
So in other words, if you are walking up or down, you will be part of that facade. So it just kind of up,
But
down.
you turn and look at that
Right.
20, 30-foot high unsupported masonry wall.
So on the top, rather than being an object, will be opening. So somehow you playing with the user and the architecture. So it's kind of blending along. So if you drive to the highway, so it would almost like a little piece of the puzzle just play.
And
Well,
they'll have depth to it, so there'll be shadows on it and that sort of thing too then, right?
What I'd like to see on where the unsupported masonry wall is, at the bottom of the stair, on the top, a steel I-beam going back just to brace that, and then that falls into the same idea of your industrial look.
I like that. Thank you. Because I was going to do that, but I'm thinking it might be too much for the kids.
No.
Thank you. I like that.
Yeah.
So I think that I would encourage going forward. I think that you've well thought out each function of the use of the building. I think that you've squeezed about as much as you can, and the next thing that goes in is going to burst the bubble. So, and I like the playfulness of what your designs here are. And, and I think that the aluminum windows you're proposing are going to look similar to the old-fashioned steel sash windows, so that's going to add a little bit of older context to the building.
One thing I would like to respond, on the height of the first bay, we're trying to get it to the 18-foot clear. And the reason for that, because when you perform a service on the vehicle, so you have to lift it up. So you're going to be up to about 16'6".
Yeah.
So with the OSHA requirement, you need about a foot more to clear on the top. So all the light fixture, that's why it's going up to about that height. So with that saying, we also took advantage of high density shelving on our warehouse. So in that way, the Public Works expressing that there's a lot of homeless, their belonging, so that they have to serving them. So it would be, so in that way we can leave them on the top shelf. So in that way would be security issue with what they have to deal with.
So they can use that. They could use that shelving.
Right.
Shelving.
So rather than just a 2-story shelf, it become a 3-story shelf, so they can use the top shelf for other reasons as well. So that's the reason why we went up that high.
Okay.
What is the roof made out of? The
roof is a single ply membrane at this point with the white roof.
Okay.
So that's what we're
It has to be a cool roof because to meet our green standards. They're going to have to stretch this building to meet green standards.
Yeah.
We have a 61 point at this time, the way we design it.
Right.
So to get the gold certified.
Yeah, okay. All right,
So those are my comments. I mean,
Okay.
they're pretty,
good, thank you.
but I do appreciate the design and
All right,
the amount of work that went into this.
It's after 11 o'clock, so if I'm going to make my comments, I'll need a motion to extend the meeting.
Can we extend for 10 minutes?
A second.
I can, okay.
You can do it in 10?
I can do it in 5 or less.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can do it in 2.
In 2, I can do it in 2, okay. Can I have a motion and
But you have a
extend the
question,
meeting
real
till
quick. What's your
11:05,
question?
11:10?
It's been
so,
passed. What's your question?
Yeah, the public hearing's been closed, it's
You already
after
had-
11 o'clock.
Yeah, you had your shot.
You'll have plenty of chance to come back, so.
You know
I
what,
think I'll-
go talk to him after.
After the
Go
meeting.
talk to him, yeah,
Grab
that would
him
be
and tell
fine.
him what you-
Feel free, out of the, okay. I'm going to make my comments, and then we'll close down the meeting, if that's all right. Okay. I agree with the general consensus of the commission that I like this third scheme too, as well. I like Stacy's comments about the doors. I think you haven't done much there. And in fact, I'll carry on. When you come back, we're going to need more details about a lot of things, including one I'd like to see is make sure that you show the PV, the photovoltaic panels like on your plans, because they can have visual and aesthetic impacts of their own. And I'm curious to see that. I like Phil's comments as well, and so I think generally you do have it's a very good design, and I think it'll be a good project for the city. With respect to the digital billboard, I too am very concerned about the impacts of that. And so, Jeff, I'd say that when that gets sort of planned or designed, we do need to have some real good evaluation of that. I'm very nervous about doing impact evaluations from someone's home, anyone's home. I think we should look at public spaces, not individual homes, or we'll have to do that time and time again. The precedential value of that is significant. But that being said, we do have a lot of residents right within that view shed, and they are overlooking it. And the lighting people have ways, I know they have ways of showing the impacts of that, the cutoff, all of that, the visibility of it. I've seen it for lighting projects in other places, and that is going to be very important to us. I think you're also doing a CEQA study on this initial study, and it better include the billboard and the aesthetic impacts of that. I know the city manager and probably the council are very interested in the dollars that billboard is going to bring in. I'm very interested in getting rid of the ones on Solano. I think there are pluses for it, but I think that the message is clear, and to send a message back to the council that this commission is not very enthusiastic about that, and we're going to look at it real closely. And that there are a lot of citizens that are not very enthusiastic about it, who live there within view of it. Maybe it can be done with few or very few impacts and done successfully. I don't know, but it's our job to find that out, and we are going to want to minimize the impacts. An alternative, I know the council's going to say that, but how else do we raise the money? Everyone here doesn't want it, but is everyone here willing to pay their extra $300 a year in property taxes or whatever it might be, probably that much, to not have a billboard? That kind of is, if you look at it on a citywide basis, takes a lot of tax. It takes a pretty good tax increase to raise $150,000 a year in this small town. That's something that the council is aware of, and it's part of their formula. That's why this looks good. But the alternative is, how else are we going to raise the money? Pay for this facility, which is, I think, a well-needed facility. I think you're off to a good start on the design. Those are my comments. Okay. So that will conclude that item.
And could I just add?
Oh, yes.
that, Commissioner Moss had a great idea about keeping up on things, and I want to promote the e-notification system that the city has. If you go to albanyca.org,
Okay.
right at the very top, there's a link that says e-notification. You can sign up, be notified about upcoming meetings, all kinds of stuff. So
Yeah, that's
a
true.
good way not to be surprised by stuff.
Yeah,
And you know, you could have stopped at just a great idea.
yeah. What? Yeah.
Okay.
It's very good. No, that it does work, and you can be notified of a planning commission meeting or a city council meeting. The notice says what's on the agenda. You could look at it and say, yeah, 540 Cleveland's not on the agenda, I'm not going.
And we will send out the postcards the next time this comes back to the
Okay.
commission.
Okay, great. All right. Are there any further announcements, communications, discussion items from staff or anyone?
Well, I would
Nick.
just say that I spoke in your stead at the last
Oh,
city
yes.
council
Oh,
meeting
yeah.
about the plan, our work plan, and I took your advice to tell them how great we are.
Oh,
No.
good.
I expressed how happy I was to be working with this group of people, and that I thought we had some great projects to work on, and we were doing a good job. I thought we were doing a good job, and I thanked the city council for having denied the appeals of our decisions and upheld our decisions,
good.
and noted that we had been very successful with a number of wireless applications, including the one at the Sunnyside.
Oh, yeah.
The
Right.
Sunnyside building. It's not
Right.
the Sunnyside building, but
Right.
you know where
Yep.
Sunnyside is located. How the design worked out well for that. So anyway, just wanted to say that I had
Good.
come in front of the council for that.
Were there any council modifications or anything to our goals for the year, or was that accepted?
I think it was accepted just with a couple of comments and questions. Yeah.
Good, okay. Thank you for going and doing that. All right, anything else? All right, now hearing nothing, then I'll adjourn the meeting. Our next date is April 9th.
And I will not be able to make April 9th, so
Okay.
hopefully there will be.
Okay.
Uh,
I'll be here. Will we have a